Hi. Okay. Um, I can, because I just finished putting up all the artwork behind me. Just gonna take a second to dig my camera out. Okie dokie.
Hi, I didn't unmute myself. Let me move that over here so y'all don't have to see that. You don't want to look at that. How is everybody? Strange, my colors really hit different this time of day. That's okay. It's a different vibe anyway. Got my tea brewing. I guess I need to get some art going, but I think first I'll just like to, while we get started, I'd love to just have you on camera. If you're into it, but if you're into the whole like shadow thing, I think that's kind of cool too.
I think I'm gonna do a camera just because I got all those pictures up.
Okay.
And it's like, hey, I do stuff.
Yes. Yes. Right. I don't necessarily have to be the artist in this situation.
Okay, someone plug in.
It'd be kind of debating whether I should just use my Discord cam and turn off my stream cam, or
Good question. Honestly, I kind of like seeing you there because then it's like we're also hanging out, you know?
You like seeing me on Discord?
Sense? I like seeing you in general, but you know.
Is that what you mean, though, is Discord?
I
Because
meant like
it doesn't matter to the stream, but to you. Actually, I'll keep myself on the stream so that way I can full screen your art and still be on the stream. Yeah.
Alright, cool. Let me just get my camera going then. It's been a hot minute. Just have to adjust.
Hi.
Hi. There we go.
Oh heck yeah! I love your pictures behind you.
That was what I wanted.
Oh, that's looking real good.
There we go.
Carl has the best emojis. Let's just talk about that art for a second. Because we're going to talk about like a lot of symbols and such, and I really like, this is a little off-brand, but I do really like branding, and that's like a language all in itself in terms of symbols. We're going to focus more on symbols and narrative and such, but yeah. I don't know if you can see them in the chat. I don't know how many windows or whatnot you've got pulled open.
I was actually just working on getting the dual window thing going in on my monitor.
I made sure to have a candle for today. For you.
Oh, I do have one going. Cool. Like an unspoken rule of my studio is no matter what you're doing in here, like, light a candle. Even if it's, like, a big, shitty one from, like, Target or something.
Yeah, I mean, mine's just a tea light in a really pretty little container. It needs cleaned desperately, but it would be a lot more remarkable if I cleaned it. But anyway.
I've not been on camera in a hot second, so I'm a little nervous about it.
Aw, sorry your headset's low. That's unfortunate, but thank you for being here. Hopefully it'll last you a minute. Oh, you know what I didn't grab? I didn't grab my water. Where did I even put it? Interesting. He seems to have disappeared. That seems like a real necessary thing for conversation.
Yeah, I gotta lubricate the throat.
Yeah, and since it's you and I talking here, and I have my tarot cards, I got my witch vibe going on. Ooh. I'm just saying, I'm not afraid to go anywhere, just about. I mean, obviously you understand our perimeters, and, yeah, I forgot where I was going. Oh, water, yes. Water, I believe, not only helps keep your throat nice and quenched and cool and calm while you're communicating, but I also find that it really helps the flow of intuition, and probably something to do with electromagnetics and positive and negative charges and stuff that I can't explain. But I have a intuitive grasping of or pretend to anyway. So
I get it.
If you would like, while I grab that really quick, I would love it if you maybe talked about some of the pieces you've got back here, because those are some pretty paramount ones. I mean, those are some really loud ones. Oh, we're getting fed. Oh, you fed Pontonosaurus Rex. Thank you.
First order of business. Ungrumped the Rex.
You're right. That is actually the first order of business. Second order of business, allow me, so no one has to spend the points. We have to start the, nothing's too serious for this.
Fingers!
one of the building blocks of our friendship.
That is we could write a good essay on that, I think. But I was thinking, since these particular pieces that you have are what I find to be some of your more paramount works, and by that I mean big turning points, big thoughts, big symbols, and pick any point you want to start with that. I just think it'd be a nice point of entry, and I will go find my water.
Go find your water.
I'll be able to hear you. I'm just buzzing around my space.
Well, the nice thing I'm realizing is I'm so used to using the microphone that's attached to my webcam, but here it's right on my head, so I could get up and move if I wanted to, so I can actually get up and point out the pieces, because some of them are being shined on by the light from my window. I've also realized I'm wearing blue to match my room, so that's fun.
You are.
Alright. So let me see. So I guess we'll start with the centerpiece, which is this one in the red frame here. Unfortunately, I can't pull in for a closer view, but you get pretty much the idea from even this far back. It depicts a city of golden skyscrapers, of golden skyscrapers burning, and at the top of it being looked at by a watchful purple eye. The sky is red; it only gets redder around the eye, and I don't know how well you can see it from this far back. But if you were to look in the windows, I'll get up here. But if you were to look in the windows of the buildings, there are figures. They're little stick people, they're not terribly detailed, but they are done in a mix of white and glow-in-the-dark paint, so that even when the lights go out and you won't see the majority of the picture, the people will be there. Kind of giving a vibe like the ghosts remain. When all the lights go out, the people were still lost, and they're still there. And when I started this, I was drunk, and it started primarily as this eye at the top, and then I did the red wash, and then when I finished it, when I finished this picture officially, and to me, a piece isn't finished until I do a signature on it and write the date. But when I was finishing it, a song called City of the Sinful was playing, which was all about taking down this corrupted society. And I'm like, oh, geez, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Is that super mounted to the wall?
It's a little bit of hardware, and it's wired on the back.
Mm-hmm.
For anyone who doesn't know, a few years ago I worked in a custom framing shop. And our boss would frequently, because we were all artists working there, and our boss would frequently like let us custom frame our stuff. And so that is wired in the back, and it's got a little piece of hardware. I don't have one immediately available to show, but it's just a hook with about, I think, 2 nails that hold the hook to the wall, and then it's just hanging on by the wire.
Okay.
And I think the bottom might have a command strip to like really hold it there, but I don't remember. And I did this yesterday.
I understand how that goes. That's a really good piece to start with because it has a narrative I think that all of us can connect to. And I think that when you look at it, I think most people can immediately put together some kind of story and one that we're all living. And, you know, we might have variations of subtlety in our own versions of it, but I imagine for the most part it'll be pretty unanimous. I mean, unfortunately, one of the main things I hear from people these days is, well, you know, the world's on fire, so...
Perpetually on fire on top of it.
But the thing about it is, you know, a lot of people, we and it's fine, it's totally fine to do this, but like dreams, like anything else, everything can go deeper, and if we so choose, we can look at things with a keener eye, and and you know, really get a lot more about, if anything, insight into ourselves, because ultimately all art is a mirror, you know, and you know, you don't have the artist there, even though we can argue that we're all mirrors for each other, you don't have the artist there telling you necessarily what this is, what their thoughts were. It is an experience that comes from one, and then the experience is created within the individual when they're looking upon it. And so I think what's fascinating and amazing to me is that without the artist telling you what they want it to mean, we can understand that purely through visual aid. And the more refined an artist gets at that, it's like poetry. The less words they need, the less tricks. And I almost see it as like the similar idea to haikus. Illustration, I've often said to many people, as primarily, like, first and foremost, probably a realism artist, classically trained realism, blah blah blah, that I personally think that illustrating something, especially in your own style, you know, coming up with it from the ground up, and the visual language, the symbols that accompany it, is way harder than pulling from, you know, real life and thousands of years of understood symbology. If we want something exciting and current, we have to use symbols that connect to now. Of course, some symbols are timeless. Yeah. And those are really powerful ones, of course. Oh, I'm digging the glasses. I'm going to join you.
Big glasses, like, speaking of, like, symbols, big glasses help me feel a little, like, more secure, because it's like, no, I have a shield in front of the windows to my soul.
Yeah, I like to use them. I totally feel that. I like to use them interchangeably. Like, there are moments when I want people, I want to grant them an opportunity to make that connection with me, and then other times to not concern myself with the onlooker, even though we're through screens. If I need to get deep into my intuition, deep into my mind and my flow, this really helps me, which is why often I'll do it before I start dancing too. And also, I can be an insecure, scared little human inside, and it really helps with that too.
Oh yeah, 100%. And like, to tack on to what you said about like using symbols and the illustrative process versus like a more realism process, because there's a lot of skill involved in realism art. Like, I can't do it. I've tried.
You're pretty good at it.
And like, there is definitely a skill set for it, and it is remarkable to watch a blank page become almost photographic with what's essentially a series of lines. And when it comes to illustration, on the other hand, like, if we're looking even back behind me, look at the cityscape. I'm not drawing every like indentation of a brick.
Yeah.
You know, and a big part of the illustrative process for me as an illustrative artist is how simple do you want to make it? How much do you simplify? How much do you leave in? How much can you get across with how little actually on the page? And we as humans, we search out faces, so faces are pretty okay in the long run. If you get a general shape and eyes, it's typically pretty easy. But if you want to have something a little more complex, you kind of flirt with that getting too far into the realism valley while still staying in your illustrative valley. And it's like they can obviously mix and match, and it can vary from piece to piece. But I was actually listening to something that was talking about this exact thing earlier today in preparation for this.
Oh, nice.
And it was like sometimes you can actually get more information from simplified shapes.
Interesting.
Sometimes you can. Because your mind fills in the blanks, especially in animation as a medium, you can get more visual information from simpler animation.
Well, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I was going to say Wind Waker was the first thing that came to mind when you said that. The way that the cells are shaded, that's called cell shading, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, they're not the only ones that did it, but I feel like they're kind of one of the first. They're one of the first ones that did it really well, at least. And, it really stands out in pop culture as, I think, a true testament to that. I was amazed at how evocative that game was, how much you could feel the wind. And it's like literally two colors. You've got the blue and then the little faint white swirls. And that's it. That's the waves in the wind. And it's like, it's nothing, but I felt everything, and that blows my mind. I mean, you really flirt with that area too. Is like less is more.
Like to call back to another piece that's behind me, this one in the black frame, you can barely tell that there's a whole body attached to that in the corner here. There's a whole body, but what you see, even from a distance, is you see this shape, which I don't know for anyone else, but that shape and the eyes, I'm like, okay, that's a face. And then what's around the face is the hair, and it turns into the wave. And that's pretty simple, but then it also, the more you look at it and you realize how dark the blue is on the black of the paper, and this is why I like working on black paper and color paper so much. It's so much fucking fun. It gives, and I'm just realizing this now as I'm looking at it again, because that's an older piece. It reminds me of how things look as they sink down into deeper water. Because the ocean scares the shit out of me. Deeply, deeply terrifying. And the further down you go, like, everything keeps its bluish-green tint, but it just darkens. And it gets darker and darker and darker till you can't see anything as it continues to sink. You could be still up by where the light is, and you can't see anything, and it's scary. But then you go back to the top, and there's all these colors and movement and waves, but then the further down you go, the darker and stiller it is, and that's scary.
Right, and what a beautiful personification of that concept, and you can go with it as, oh yeah, that's a metaphor, personification, right, is metaphor for the idea of the ocean, but we can go even deeper, because, you think about often, in a lot of pagan belief, for example, the ocean and water in general represents emotionality, or like the deep unconscious or subconscious, I would say probably more. And I find that interesting as you say that, like, the deeper and deeper we go, the darker and darker it gets. And so having it tied into that person, but there's still the light of their eyes. And I think that's what really strikes me. That's what bridges these two ideas together, the idea of just the ocean itself and the idea of the ocean being the subconscious. And I'm only saying all of this to kind of exemplify just how deep narrative can go even with a simple one subject piece. There's no background, there's not a whole lot of information, if somebody wanted to get really into it, we could talk about, like, you've got these 4 circles. It's the crest of the wave. But, people, like, gosh, I mean, look at how much they hyperfixate on the Mona Lisa. So, if somebody wanted to go crazy, be like, what does it mean? And sometimes it doesn't mean anything, but the important question when it comes to this, and really the only question, is what does it mean to you, the viewer? Honestly, I almost am of the belief it doesn't really matter what the artist thinks. It does to them, right, as they are their own viewer of their own work. But for the most part, and that's what we do as artists, right? We'll look at what we did and then we usually critique the crap out of it until we feel like ashes, but...
really, really harshly at times, too. Yeah. Especially when it's our older stuff, we're mean.
Right, and that's what I mean, though. We are the viewer at that point. We're no longer the artist. I think the artist, in order to... I think that for me, at least, when I tune into the stuff that's like, oh yeah, this is the stuff, I'm doing it. What I think isn't really considered. Yeah, I've got to, like, think about how I want things to look and maybe certain ideas, how they can be depicted and color choices and all that, but I think that there's something deeper that emerges that I don't want to get in the way of. And then after it's been created, right, then the viewer in me, no longer the artist, is the one that is having the experience. The experience of making it, I think, is a totally different thing.
It absolutely is, and at one point, like, at that point of separation between artist and viewer, like, because you kind of have to decide when something is done, because if you let yourself, you'll just be constantly working on it and constantly changing it. And at some point when you go, okay, this is done. Like I was saying earlier, for me, it's whenever I put the little, like, MM, and I'm like, okay, it's done. I'm not touching it anymore. That's it. That's all it's gonna get. That's all this piece gets from me. Mm-hmm. And that's when the switch happens to viewer, and you'll find things looking even at your own work later on that you didn't see before, because of that change of perspective, and to a degree, how much time has passed between when you created it and when you're viewing it.
Yeah.
Because the passage of time, like, changes your perspectives. You get new ones. You see things differently. You could go through really big events that completely alter your perception of things. So, like, red can mean one thing to you, and then the next day can mean something completely different because something happens associated with the color red, and it's just completely something different.
Mm-hmm. I've definitely experienced that. I have pieces that are ever-shifting wonders for me. Some get put away as soon as I finish them, and others sit out on my wall for years, me contemplating them. And, ultimately, they're a communicator. We're trying to communicate with the world. We're trying to communicate with ourselves. And sometimes it takes a long time to get the full message or all the messages. And you could probably spend a lifetime with some works of art. But I was thinking, I'm losing my thought a little bit. It'll come back to me.
I could illustrate the point if you want, because I think I have, like, the oldest one is up behind me as well, if you'd like.
Which one is the oldest one? Is it the Saturn?
I think
like, I say Saturn one because of the head. Not Saturn himself. Ooh. Sorry, I should say the self-portrait with the universe.
I think that one is I think of these, I think that is in fact the oldest one. Let me actually just go check the dates real quick, because that's a thing I can do. Alright, so we've got... Oh, I don't have a date on this one. That's a dingus move on my part. So I don't have a date on this one. Maybe?
I don't date anything. I mean, I'll put the year, and I'll put it on the back, maybe.
It's not there. Searching in the rabbit of the frame. Fun fact, kids, the rabbit is 1/4 of an inch on the inside of the frame that holds the piece inside. Learn something new every day.
I didn't know that.
Called the rabbit. So when you're measuring for a frame, you automatically retract half an inch because that half an inch is going to be what imposes on the actual piece.
Right.
So if you want to show as much of the piece as possible, you try to have the rabbit cover up as little as possible. Sometimes that means mounting it on a board. Sometimes it means going with a completely different frame. Sometimes it means leaving room for that when you start the piece. It's up to you. But okay, so this one is definitely 2015. This 8 years ago now.
Is there any way you can bring that one down? Because it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, I think so. Let me see.
And it's so magnificent.
Ugh. Luckily, because I'm so short, I have stools everywhere to help me get to high places. Learn to work with your body, folks, not against it.
That's such a good piece of advice. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you so much for bringing that down. I love this one so much. So, yeah, talk about this if you don't mind. Oh, it's so nice.
So there are parts of this, like, me now doesn't quite like. I'm like, oh, I could have done this so different, I could have done this better. But this was 8 years ago, and this is when I was having really, really bad tooth pain from wisdom teeth that were essentially rotting. And it hurt really, really bad. Like, I would get shots of pain through my face several times a day.
Wow.
And it was awful. And around this time, I'm going to eventually set this down, because I think I've held this up for a good amount of time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's a little heavy, because it's got glass in it. Well, no, it's not plexi.
You're real
it's a metal
tough.
frame.
You just proved
I'm
it.
real tough. Yeah. And, but I was having this really bad tooth pain. And around that time, I was a much more involved fan of Doctor Who. Now, anybody who's a fan of Doctor Who typically remembers the Vincent Van Gogh episode.
Yeah.
And it rips us apart because it is very good, it is very sad, and it's just very full of emotions. But one line from it really stuck out because I've always admired Vincent Van Gogh as an artist. I really have loved his paintings. And the line that stood out was, it's easy to depict pain, but to take the pain of your life and use it to show ecstatic beauty is a very different skill set, and it's a little harder to do.
Wow.
And that sunk in. I was like, this pain hurts so bad, and it feels like my bones want to rip out of my face. Little body horror warning there. But it was like, I didn't want to just showcase this awful hurt that was a part of my everyday, because no one likes to listen to someone just complain all the time. It's not fun. It doesn't make you feel really better. In my experience, at least for me personally, it doesn't make me feel better. It just kind of makes me stew in the ick. So I was like, well, when you think of it, sometimes when you're in a fair amount of pain, they say it's seeing stars. And there's this line of thought that we are all made up of stardust and bits of like stars and planets and dust from the earth, and we're made of starlight. And I was like, well, that kind of makes sense why you would see stars. You're just seeing into yourself. And I was like, I wanted to pick this beautiful thing. Like, my body's hurting me right now, but it's still a wonderful, beautiful vessel that I get to live in. And, you know, sometimes I like it and sometimes I don't. And that relationship has gotten better over the years. And it shows that this little moment of pain, it feels so big at the time, but it's going to pass. I keep looking down on it. That's why I keep looking down at the corner. But this moment is going to pass. You are so much more than this moment of pain. And obviously this is just for my narrative, because I will not speak to people with a chronic pain issue, chronic disease, or chronic pain in general, because I know a lot of people that have that, and they don't have the luxury of that being their reality, that this pain will pass.
Right.
but I have that luxury of this pain will pass.
Mm-hmm.
So it behooves me to remember all the beautiful parts of this vessel and not just the bad. So I'm going to take this pain I'm feeling in my face right now, and if you look at it, I'll hold it up again.
Thank you.
But if you look at it again, you see the rip starts here, because this is where it hurt the worst. And I actually looked up skull anatomy so I could have it, correct. And then I was like, oh, this fits perfectly to have the back of the head form a planet. And I'm a Capricorn, so of course I went for Saturn.
Mm-hmm. And it just looks badass.
It does. It fits too well. And then I was like, just remember there's a whole universe inside of here, not just this moment of pain. It's going to pass. You're going to be okay. There's so much more beauty to focus on. And eventually I did get those teeth pulled, and I ate so much candy afterwards because I finally could without pain.
That's a little counterintuitive, but I probably would have done the same thing.
Once I recovered, obviously, because for a while you can only eat liquid shit. But
oh, I know, that's the worst. I had to do that. Just get my wisdom teeth out recently. So thank you. This was all kind of a really nice introduction, to, I think, going in a little bit deeper, maybe. Because we already talked about how, the viewer's experience of that piece. I think that's a great one, because I think a lot of people could probably come to some of the same conclusions and things that you said about it as your intentions as the artist, right? The universe is inside of you. Well, that's the very first thing that I immediately read that. And so, when we're talking about the language of symbols, that's a freaking great example. A more obscure piece would probably be, because I think your ocean one might be pretty translatable, but I also swim in those waters. I keep doing it. It's your fault. It's because I'm talking to you.
And I'm also in a big blue room, so
You are. With a piece directly above that, with the ring around the person, which I know lots and lots about, but if I didn't know you and I didn't know your thought process, I would definitely stop and look at that one and be like, what's going on here? And it's not a bad thing for symbols to be obscured, for that reason, because sometimes we're going, and we just digest things so quick, and we're programmed to, what McDonald's looks like, what Nike looks like, and I hate to use capitalist examples, but there's a reason I'm using those, and that's because they're the ones we're most inundated with. You recognize that shit like that. And that's great, but sometimes it is healthy and beneficial, kind of the same thing, but it is good for us to slow down and think, which for me personally, knowing what that piece is about kind of makes me like that even more, because you and I'll just share a little bit from my understanding of it. It has a lot to do with not thinking. Consciousness refusing to look at itself, maybe, in a way, like being unconscious, essentially. I mean, you might be able to start to get that pretty easily with the X's over the eyes. I mean, especially if you like cartoons. And you're under the age of 30. I mean, probably guaranteed. So.
Oh yeah. God, I could honestly talk about animation and cartoons until my voice wears out. I love it so much as an art form, and that's what it is. It's an art form. It needs to be treated as such. It's not just stuff to entertain your kids and shut them up for 30 minutes. That's not worth it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're sitting here as a lover of this medium, and you draw freaking non-stop from my perspective, and you think about how many drawings or illustrations or how much time it takes to make an animation, and I think about how much thought you put into just one image. Just one. So what's a studio, which I would love for you to give some of your favorite examples and go there next, who creates pieces that speak to our hearts, our souls, however you want to put it. How much thought goes into that? Those are thousands and millions. I don't even know how many pictures.
God, an an onion skin from like just a turning of a head alone is probably like 50 pages.
We're getting a hi. It's hi from Potato Queen. She can't hear us right now, but I'm gonna wave. Hi.
Hi. But so a fun thing with animation that I've learned more and more is animators put little like chef's kisses of their own that kind of let you know who the animator was, or at least who the head animator was.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorites of these, and again, not to draw from like a very capitalist like set piece, but one of my favorite animators of all time is Glenn Keane. And Glenn Keane is a Disney animator.
Oh, okay.
He was I think he was the head character animator on Beast from Beauty and the Beast and Ariel from Little Mermaid. And I didn't notice it when I was younger, but watching them as I'm older, there's a quirk he puts into both Ariel and into Beast. And that is, at one point in the movie, they both like bite their lower lip.
Oh, they do! I remember Ariel. Yeah, I remember both of them doing that now that you mention it. That's so funny.
Yeah. For Little Mermaid, when she's like straightening her hair when she first runs into Eric after getting her legs, she bites her lip. For Beast, it's when he's just about to open the library to show it to Belle and he's really excited, he bites his lip.
He's like,
that is a quirk of Glenn Keane's wife.
Aww.
That he puts into his characters.
Aww. It just goes forever. Like, it seems like the infinite mirror, in a way. You know, like if you could sit there and contemplate a work of art for a lifetime because there's always something new.
There's always
that makes sense.
Delightful.
Like, we start from a space, it doesn't seem like it's infinite, right? We only have so much energy, so many crayons, so much paper, so many ideas, so much time. But we can spend infinity contemplating it and seeing new things.
That's what makes it so much fun. I love it. I love animation so much. It's so near and dear to my heart. Of course, I was a Disney kid. I grew up watching the Disney Renaissance. I grew up watching cartoons. I grew up watching like WB cartoons, and oh god, it's such a big part of me and my personality. And then as I got older, I got to see actors who were cartoons. I'm looking at you, Mr. Jim Carrey, Mr. Williams, looking at you. And there's so much to take away from the language of this is a bit of a tangent. Everything animated is on purpose. Nothing animated can be accident because somebody had to draw that. Every single line, every single movement had to be deliberate. Mm-hmm. And if it's done badly, it's done very badly. It's done so badly. And a lot of the times there's also this because you see it in the art world as well as in like movies and like animation versus live action, and you see it in art in like storybook illustration versus realism. Even throughout the mediums, you see this almost like caste system. Like, oh, the simpler it is, surely the more infantile it is, and therefore more for kids it is. Mm-hmm. And whenever it's like gritty and hardcore and live actiony and where's Harvey? Surely that's more adult and mature. And it's just not the case all the time. Like, and again, I come at it from a very like what's out in media position because I watch a lot of movies, I watch a lot of cartoons. But there's this divide of the simpler it is, the more infantile it must be, and the more detailed and complicated it is, the more mature it can be. Mm-hmm. And sometimes that's true, but complication without substance is one of the worst things to have to deal with. Like, if you have something with like a super complicated story or a lot of side plots, but all of them are given so little time to connect with you as a viewer.
Marvel movies! Marvel movies, sorry, I got a bug in my throat.
Like, okay, I'm gonna be a little salty here for a second. because I'm told my salt is very funny, and let's be entertaining. So I could not stand Batman v Superman. I could not stand it. It was I'm so easy to please usually as far as movies go, but I walked out of that theater going, that was a bad time. I did not like that.
Oh.
Like definitively going, that was a bad time. I didn't like that because I just felt no emotion from anybody in that movie, but then, like, I remember when I saw Moana for the first time, and I saw it in theaters, and, spoiler alert, by the way, if you've never seen Moana, might want to mute for a second.
Wait, hold on, let me mute.
Obviously, if you don't want spoilers and you care about spoilers, mute. But, when Moana figures out that Taka, the lava monster, is Te-Fiti, and it just completely switches how this creature we've experienced before, who's fire and ragey, everything about how we perceive that monster changes because of this fact we've learned with the character. And there's so many connotations that go along with it, because you knew from the start of the movie that the heart of Te-Fiti was stolen. And after the heart was stolen, that's when Taka showed up. And all the sickness started spreading throughout the water. And the second you realize Taka is Te-Fiti after her heart was stolen, and especially if you're like an AFAB person, so much connotation just floods you, and you are bombarded by emotions. And it's nefarious because it's like, this is Disney manipulating me, and I know it is, and I don't want to give into it, but...
They're so good at it, though.
They're so good at it!
Yeah. Yeah. You know, and we've talked about this a lot ourselves, but I like to say this for anybody out there that struggles with Disney, although I don't meet them very often. It seems to be something I'm just mad about all the time. But to those rare few, and maybe I'm just wrong, out there that think that they're a mega corporation sucking the lives of artists dry, I think you're absolutely right. However, it doesn't mean that the works coming out from the studios aren't quality just because that they're backed by really ridiculous money-grabbing agendas. No matter what kind of banner they're trying to fly under, whether it's woke or whatever they're trying to do, they're just out to make money. But the thing of the matter is that because you talked about the Disney Renaissance, right, and I grew up through that too, that shit was good. That shit was good. And it inspired a whole generation. And that generation are the people working at Disney Studios and Pixar Studios now. And there's so many of them that we can hardly hold the corporation responsible. We don't give Disney, the corporation, the credit. I mean,
give the artists,
the artists, you know, and yeah, they fly under that flag, but it's because they gotta pay their bills, you know. Like, I promise you, probably a good chunk of them, if not up to 75% of them, probably wishes they could start their own studio and their own stories, and their, you know, and some of them do. Some of them do.
They do. Some of them do to incredible success. A good the first example I can really think of is another one I grew up on. Don Bluth, I believe, and like, feel free to fact check me. I may have my facts incorrect. Don Bluth was a former Disney animator, and some people recognize his name right away when you say it. Some people don't. For those that don't, Don Bluth was the person behind The Secret of Nim, Pebble and the Penguin, American Tail. Anything like in that vibe, like as soon as like you list a few of the movies, you generally get the vibe of like what his movies were. I'm like, yeah, that was a former Disney animator who kind of really wanted to stick it to Disney and did really well. Secret of Nim is an amazing movie, and like it struck such a chord. I can tell you exactly where I was when I first watched it. It hit me so hard, like a truck. And another example is
Five Goes West was my favorite.
Oh God, Five Goes West was so
Sorry,
bad.
Down Under. It was Down Under. I like
that was Rescuers, which
Rescuers
I don't
Down
think
Under. Yeah, okay, I liked both of those. Five Goes West and Rescuers Down Under, but they both had mice, and I was into both of them at the time. So
that's valid. Honestly, animation has trends, and the studios all try to like kind of follow the trend that's happening.
It's
like,
kind of annoying
this...
sometimes. Like when A Bug's Life came out, there was Ants, and I think Ants
Yep.
actually beat A Bug's Life, even though A Bug's Life had been in development for much longer, and it showed, because Ants is fucking weird. Like, that movie is like Uncanny Valley. If you want to like feel freaked out or get drunk and watch something strange, I recommend Ants.
Like, and it's not to say Bug's Life was bad. It was just, this was still, you could tell this was very geared towards kids, whereas Ants was more towards adults. So everyone was like, oh, the adult movie, her, and we're like, okay.
No, to this day,
Fine.
Bug's Life still influences me far more than Ants ever did. Even though the ideas were the same, this is a great example of the language, the underlying concept was the same. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, stick it to the man. You don't have to do what you're born to do. You know, if we work together, we can make it happen. I think those might be the underlying themes. And, you know, especially like there's more of us than there are of them. And that was depicted way better in A Bug's Life, despite the fact that A Bug's Life was less realistic, it was, you know, intended for children. I think that really emphasizes a lot of the points you've made.
I think one of the best parts about Bug's Life, because the particular scene that's coming to mind is when the grasshoppers are back at their like base, and someone suggests to the antagonist Hopper, we just won't go back. We got plenty of food here. And he's like, you're right, but there was that one who stood out to me. And at first, like when I was watching this as a kid, I'm like, there's no way he's going for that. There's no way. And he's like, let's pretend this seed is a puny little ant. Did that hurt? No. What about this one? Nope. How about this? And then he just unleashes the entire deluge of seeds onto his own guys to like prove a point. And you're like, what right now? Because you're not ready for that to come out of like round shapes and bright colors. And like kitschy, like dark. Randy Newman music. Like you're not ready for that. You're also not ready. And I also think like there's something to be said from getting moments like that from where we don't expect it. Because if you're watching something dark and gritty and serious like Batman vs Superman or any of the DC live action movies, shade. If you're watching that, you expect the dark stuff to come out of that. You expect it to do some fucked up shit. But when it's a cartoon, when it's a drawing, when it's something that society and even kind of your own brain tells you is meant to be younger and cutesy because you watched cartoons when you were a kid, but then when it comes out with something dark, like we've seen it in a lot of like Disney Channel cartoons in the last couple of years, like Gravity Falls, The Owl House, and Amphibia not so much, but in recent like serialized cartoons. And we're seeing these like bright, colorful characters and these rounder shapes and a lot of them having had music in them. And we're seeing some really dark themes come up in them. We're seeing themes of colonialism and even genocide in a few of them.
Oh gosh, yeah.
They're handling some really heavy stuff, and it's not always handled the best. Sometimes it's resolved a little too quickly, and those are legit criticisms. Because on the one hand, it shows kids that these are a thing. That these are the monsters that you're going to face into the world. The big scary things, not necessarily, but the actions of the powerful few, those are definitely something you're going to encounter, and it's going to be terrifying because the consequences of them are devastating to whole crowds of people. But at the same time, we're a serialized story. We need to have a resolution. We need to finish the season by the end of this period of like payment for our animators and our writers. We gotta wrap this up.
No.
But in reality, that's not how that goes. You don't get a resolution to genocidal colonialism in a season of television. That's not how that works. So there is a legitimate criticism in maybe we're providing kids with the idea that these things get solved a little too easily. And I get that.
That does bother me about a lot of Disney productions. Yeah. And then they live happily ever after.
And I love a happily ever after as much as the next person, but it is legit criticism that, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. But I think if parents like engage healthily with their kids in the media they watch, there can be that discussion between the parent and child of, well, it's nice that this happened for this character in this show, but in reality, here's what's actually happening.
Right, and I think the underlying message that I think Pixar is better at expressing over Disney, and then of course, like, you can name even better studios than that, but I'm going to talk about the big ones that just about everybody knows, because Pixar understands the substance, and it's more about what's more important is a message of we go through things, but it's going to be okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Not just like, oh, we'll work real hard through this trial and then everything will be okay forever. No, because like one of my favorite Pixar movies was WALL-E, and at the very end of WALL-E, they succeed in the sense that they defeat the AI robot. They get back to Earth. But when they get back to Earth, where the movie ends, they're these wobbly people who can barely walk, and they gotta learn to plant food and, like, rebuild society. And, like, the story continues, Yeah,
we get, like, some artwork through the credits kind of showing, like, civilization rebuilding itself. But it's like, how many hundreds of years is this happening over?
They did a really good job depicting that, and this ties it all together. Because how they depicted it was as it moves through time, they showed it through the different styles of artwork that humanity went through.
And so good.
Oh, talk about that language and the symbols. That comes full circle. Oh, that's so good.
It's so good. God, it's such a good art form, and that's why I get so fucking pissy when people say it's just for kids. I get so pissy about it.
You know what I think? I think it's interesting because the subconscious, like, the way we choose to express ourselves is the greatest mystery, right? We all gravitate towards different things, and if we hyper-focus on, like, 2D artists, since that's primarily what we're talking about, or, like, visual artists, people who make films, people who make drawings, etc., that when you reduce things down to simpler forms, we're trying to cut away everything else that doesn't matter. So I think by nature it makes sense that we would associate that with simpler times, simpler thought processes, right? And I think we avoid those things because it's often painful for us. Childhood, if anything, is probably universally painful for anyone, even if it was beautiful, just because becoming an adult is hard. Especially right now. But probably always. I mean, let's be real. There's always something. And so, but the real trial of becoming an independent person on this planet makes, I think, the beauty of childhood nostalgia. Nostalgia comes with a sting. You know what I mean? It's something that isn't there anymore. Yeah. And so I think that might be part of the hesitance, but that's why it makes sense as a, illustration makes sense as a language to communicate universal themes, deep things, making it simple and really getting to the heart of things, because we're just going to cut away everything else we could possibly be distracted by. Because I could go to see Spider-Man. Okay, now I'm going to talk about one I love, because I know how to talk about that. I love Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man gets me in my feels. It's something I relate to. I can really think a lot about the story. I mean, there are better examples, but for me personally, I can do that with Spider-Man. And yet, at the same time, I can also go to see Spider-Man and just be like, Dr. Octonoctopus! I can just enjoy the fights and not read into the metaphor of them. It's like there's so much going on. So much. You can choose your experience, and that's great. I write books. I hope that when people finally get to read my book that's taken far too long to mention to write, that, you know, you can go in at any angle that you want. You can read it as deep as you want. I think all of the experiences are valid. It's just if there's a reason for the aversion, I think that might be part of it.
That would 100% make sense, because of course we're going to miss something that's gone, quote unquote, gone. But I do love that I have seen through our culture that there is an acceptance coming back of grown-ups, like, partaking in their nostalgia. In a healthy way, of course. Like, anything in excess can be bad. But, like no, just get yourself the stuffed animal, dude. Just watch the cartoon. Eat the junk food once in a while. Just make sure to eat your veggies, too.
Right, and I will argue, too, like, because we're so repressed in that respect, you know, a lot of us we can't express our childhood joys, or we want to explore them, and it's been such a long time that I think when you first start dabbling into it, this is a bit of a tangent, but when you first start dabbling into it, you might go a little overboard. You might collect all you might collect all the figurines. You might end up with 300 plus Monster High dolls. It's fine, because you don't know where that place is going to take you. And yeah, you don't want, I think, any one thing to consume you, but I think every now and again it's good to be. It's good to be. It's fire that consumes, cleanses.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes you gotta let that fire take you over. And maybe that's part of the hesitance with people too, is that if they really lent themselves to it, they would want more than they maybe feel they have time for, or emotional space for. You know, and that fire will eat you, especially if it's been a minute. Lots of debris, you know.
That's why I feel like microdosing like childhood is a good idea from time to time.
Microdosing childhood.
And that could be something as simple as, like, say you have like a stuffed toy from when you were a child. Just kind of hold it for a little while. Like, one of the things between me and my partner is when I'm especially overwhelmed, I'm like, I just want to be little for a second. Which for us, it takes the form of, like, I want to make myself small, and I want you to hold me like nothing's gonna get me, nothing can hurt me. Mm-hmm. So for a little bit, and it's a good reset for me specifically, because for a little bit, whatever responsibility, whatever task was overwhelming me, it doesn't exist because I'm little. Mm-hmm. I'm little, doesn't exist for little me. Has no concept of it. And then after like a little bit of breathing, a little time in that reset space, I can come back and face it a little easier. And that has become such an invaluable tool to me. I can't abandon it. You know, and it's like I can't stay there for too long. And there are times where it's kind of a struggle to come out of it. Because I'm like, no, I don't want to go back to this scary, awful thing I have to do. And I'm lucky enough to also have a partner who kind of knows when to reel me back and when to let me go. Mm-hmm. So he'll be like, no, you gotta go do this thing, because you're gonna be real mad at yourself if you don't do this responsibility thing. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, fine. And he's sometimes there has to be a reward set in place, like, okay, if you do this, we'll have pizza tonight or something.
Yeah. Reward systems for yourself are really beneficial.
And one of them is also watching cartoons. That's one of the ways I like microdose childhood, is I'll like rewatch an old cartoon, because there's so many that are on streaming services now that you can be like, oh, I watched this when I was a kid, hell yeah. And you can kind of make it a little moment for yourself, almost. Like, I feel like I've talked to you about this before, but every once in a while I propose it to the rest of my household, like, hey, do you guys want to have a little kid day? Little kid days are the best, because you basically watch cartoons, you drink juice boxes, and you eat, like, mac and cheese. And typically it's like, hey, it's either, like, a really nice day outside, it's summertime, like, we'll run the hose, we'll run outside with the dog, have a good old time. Me and a couple of friends were like, hey, do we want to, like, have a little, like, fake sleepover in the living room? I live with one of the people. Like, we live in this house. It's not the same as sleeping over when we were kids, but it's like, hey, we'll, like, pull air mattresses into the living room, and we'll watch TV, and giggle, and, like, just make it a little event. And, that's something that can be insanely helpful because it resets you to a time when these worries weren't there, and for a little while they're not there, and you're gonna have to come back to them eventually. But it gives you a second to like just kind of reset, because you can get too into a problem or a situation you're in, and you get so into it you don't really see it for all that it is. But then when you pull it back after that reset, you can kind of see it as a bigger picture.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It can be really helpful to your psyche. I found out.
Yeah, I think there's something to even just the visual stimulus being more relaxing. It's less strenuous because there's less details to like be concerned with. And yeah, so I think dipping into that, too, because we could talk about the cartoons or the animations or whatever. That's part of dipping back into childhood. But then you got to think of half the things that make those things exist, which are merchandise. This helps me distress. This symbolizes much.
And I don't want to do this to nobody, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles exists to sell toys. I'm sorry to break it to you. It existed to sell toys.
That's just about all of them, really. I love Monster High. I didn't really watch the show, but the show existed for the toys, I did watch Ever After High, though, and that's the whole reason. The toys existed, I think, before the show, but, either way, I knew it, and I shamelessly watched it. I didn't care. It was still quality, I thought. There was, like, lesbian girlfriend. What is it, Sleeping Beauty? Dude, Girl Kiss woke her up.
Yo,
Nice.
I love that shit.
Yeah.
And that's another thing to, like, touch on, real quick, is just, it's okay for our stories and our media to kind of evolve with us. A good example is, ironically enough, you held up a Little Pony, and there was a time where My Little Pony was just to like sell these toys in stores.
Oh yeah.
But it has grown into like a thing that means a lot, especially to AFAB and female presenting people, because it is very heavily feminine. It's, friendship is magic. I just know somewhere out there's a like 9-year-old boy getting ready to barf. And but then it came back, and it keeps getting all this like fan art, and people like read a lot of stuff into its themes and how it presents itself, and it's okay for things to evolve like that, especially as the fans grow up. Like another popular one I see a lot is the Hades and Persephone myth. Has changed very significantly in our modern era.
It has.
Because back when I first heard the myth, even like 20 years ago, it was, Persephone was forced down into the underworld and tricked into eating the pomegranate seeds, so she would stay with Hades for X amount of months, and that's how we got winter. But there has been a renaissance of this thinking, and I'm not sure if it came from like a translation someone redid, or if it's just people and modern culture putting its spin on a story. But there's been a lot of retellings of it where Persephone wants to be with Hades, and it's an actual love story and not a kidnapping story. And I think that's great to an extent, because, and I'm not going to speak for any Greeks, I am not part of that culture, but this from my perspective, the story of Hades and Persephone is a way to explain why we have winter and why we have months of summer. And it's a way to explain that abstract concept of the seasons changing. And being that that's what it probably is at its core, it's okay that the semantics and the wording and the costuming of the story changes with the generations who retell it. Because that's just something you have with storytelling in general. Because for a lot of cultures that didn't have a written language, they would retell their stories oratorily. And then it becomes a game of telephone.
Right.
Facts, details change. And it can be the same thing for our media and our stories. And I think that's kind of cool because it also demonstrates something about the culture telling this version of that story. It says something about this generation that's telling the story of Hades and Persephone as a woman taking agency of herself and saying, no, I'm going to be with this person I love, versus like the generation that had it as a kidnapping story. I think it says something. It says something about the generation that told it this certain way, and that, from a historical standpoint, like an archaeological standpoint, gives us a lot of clues into what the culture of a past like civilization was like.
It's kind of beautiful how the metaphor changes with us. So it's kind of always perfect. I mean, that's me romanticizing it for sure. It happens to be very in line with my own personal belief system, but it also, I think, could be argued philosophically. It's a phenomenon that is totally explainable, not just mystical. And as all art and our creations and our stories are symbols of what we are going through as humanity, per individual, collectively, it's our story. I mean, and so the symbols we choose absolutely matter. And one of the things that you and I have talked about before in the past, and this will be kind of like the last subject I want to dip on before we take a little break. But remember that one point in time when we started to notice like everybody was drawing things in the same way? It was all black and white, and it was like these parallel lines that would follow each other and like really intricate, but not necessarily technically precise ways. Very beautiful though. And like you were doing it, I was doing it, lots of album artists for bands and stuff were doing it. We just saw it on everything. I saw it on YouTube videos. Like, and I don't know if that's just you and I mystically finding those things. I mean, this was some time ago. I don't really think it works, the algorithms work the way that they do now. At the time that we were experiencing that, we kind of just more happened upon things in life, and it all lined up with that. So, you know, so it gave us a lot of pause to consider why. Why is everybody doing this? Why do we have these styles that we all kind of, in these moods that we go through? These people aren't necessarily connected, influencing each other's styles. It's easy to say now because of the internet that, yeah, we're all influencing each other very, very fast. But this happened before. You know, pop art is probably, you know, the emergence of pop art is probably one of the greatest examples of that. You know, when you had it going on in England, you had it going on in the States, and these artists weren't seeing each other's things until after the fact, and yet they were coming out amazingly similar. But that's because we're all going through the same shit. So to bring it back around to your first piece that you showed us, and I'm pointing to my screen, but nobody knows what I'm pointing at. It is the one with the buildings on fire. Y'all have seen it. Y'all got your own version of it. It's everywhere. That one is fucking universal. You know? And none of us live in a vacuum. So there's that too. There's so many things that we pick up probably on a daily basis that it'd be really impossible to track or conceive or know. Our brains are supercomputers. So, but yeah, if you had anything you wanted to say on that, I kind of rambled there for a minute.
No, please. I needed the break, honestly, because I've been...
yeah, you've been killing it.
I've been yapping. Another prime example. I can explain this a little better after the break, but another example of this, because it's also like in tangent with the Persephone story, and a lot of what we've seen happening in the social climate, as far as like a lot of the stuff flying around, and like as an AFAB person, I'm sick of a lot of shit. Another big one is the story of Medusa. For years when I was growing up, you know, she was just a monster. She was just a monster, and then it was like, well, she got turned into this. Now why? And then when you hear the story of why, and you're like, that is horseshit. That is a bullshit system. And you get really mad. And at the time that we sort of were all collectively starting to learn why Medusa was turned into the Gorgon that she was and what happened to her, and there was just a collective, you could almost feel it, a collective cry of, that is horseshit, from AFAB people and allies. Like, that is straight up horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
And for anyone not aware, Medusa was, trigger warning, because it's not a good story. Medusa was assaulted by Poseidon in an Athenian temple, and then in some legends she was punished for it by being turned into a Gorgon, and in others she was turned into a Gorgon to keep it from happening again.
So she's punished for being assaulted.
She's punished. It is victim blaming at its finest.
So it sounds like the Scarlet Letter of Grecian times.
Kinda, yeah. And it's like, especially if you look into the histories of like Zeus and Poseidon and how often this shit happened. That's why we have a lot of demigods running around. And like I said, like, there was just this unanimous cry of, that is bullshit. That she's, and again, in some she's turned into the Gorgon to prevent it from happening again, because if you look at a man and turn him to stone, he's not gonna assault you. And that's the case in some cases, but also in some it's, I don't know if it's a translation thing or what, but she's literally punished for this having happened to her by being turned into this monster. And in the rise of several movements sort of saying, hey, blaming women for some of these things is not fucking gonna fly anymore. And Medusa became this almost symbol in association with it of, no, it's not my fault, it was never my fault, it will never be my fault. This was someone doing something to me.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why she turned people to stone. The Greeks were pretty deep, you know. We talk about symbols, talk about symbols and stuff. Maybe she turned people to stone because maybe that was the whole point of the story, is that she was horribly assaulted and then blamed for it. And so then she granted the ability to turn people to stone because when you'd look into her eyes, you'd know the truth and it would paralyze you. That's sort of what I'm getting from it, you know? Like a snake's bite.
And you notice a lot of the people that are being turned to stone are these, like, male Greek heroes trying to take the head of Medusa the Gorgon and...
Well, that sounds familiar. Kind of like a man who's being indicted right now.
Doesn't it, Jess?
Oh, man. It's hard not to laugh. But, you know, it's not the end all to all of our issues, but it does feel kind of nice.
But there is something about seeing someone powerful who has gotten away with a lot for a long time and seeing justice come. Like, I almost don't trust it because I love fairy tales, but I know they're not reality, and I know so often that the reality is actually much more heartbreaking. So I don't kind of trust it. But I'm like, we're gonna watch how this season of this god-awful TV show plays out. I don't want to keep watching, but I can't not watch.
You know, the best ones, though. The best ones get reality. And they are a nice compass through it because, as we see, the bad guys do get away with it for a long time. But they don't forever, and here's how. And to bring it back to A Bug's Life, that's a great example. Here's how that you stop that. You know, it's a simplistic way of delivering the message, but quintessentially it is the idea. It is to say there is a way out. There's a way out. So, but on that note, we are about an hour and, 10 minutes or so into this, so I thought it would be a good time to give our voices a break. I actually gotta get my water. I think I left it downstairs. I've been drinking other things. But, yeah, give us a little break, stretch, what have you. I've got a very specific question written down to get us started. Unless you're ready to go when you get back, that's cool too. But it is the main question I figure I kind of want to ask to encapsulate things. So,
I'm excited.
Yeah. That being said, everybody, I need to pull up my little...
You know what I need to pull up? You know what I need to pull up?
Oh no.
Bonbon?
Oh no.
I'll tell you what I need to pull up. I need to pull this up.
Uh-oh.
Fingers!
Number two, two pinguses. Alright.
Ooh, Pingus fuckboy.
It's the middle of the day, we got 5 viewers right now. Thank you so much for being with us. We need more pingus. I try to get 10 a day. You know, at least it's good for my health. We'll see you all in like 3 to 5 minutes. Does that sound good? You can take
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, you can take your time. But I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes, so.
Cool.
Alright, bye!
Bye. Be back soon.
Got speed
Fingers!
in the face. I feel this guy. Actually, Valentine, I think I found you in this game.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of looks like it could be me.
Yeah. Look at Ruben.
Alright. Got the pink shirt.
Oh god.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this guy. He's fun.
Just not impressed by your little triplication act there, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep wailing on you. I'll wail on you and all your buddies at the same time.
That's what I've been doing too with my staff. Just blow them all out.
It's the best course of action when there's so much shenanigans going on.
Reasonable.
Right?
Turn yourself into a creature on the Discovery Channel.
Basically. Oh, look at this Christine right over here. She's wily, and she's crikey. Oh, Lizardo, you're so handsome.
Well, man, if you take the invite, we'll come help you. Like, I'm trying to invite you to the team.
The Mid-American Plateau Pon-Pon is a creature known to feed on poutine cereal and to have very complex and bizarre mating rituals.
Oh, that was so good.
Dude, that
Thank
voice
you.
was perfect.
Okay, hold on. Latch.
Oh, that's annoying. I'm so sorry to hear that, small wonder. Oh! is the song saying Pon Pon? I think maybe. It very well might be. No way. This song's literally going Pon Pon over and over again. Pon Pon. Got it, David. That was great.
Whoever unlocks this party mode gets 2 parties, they don't even know it. There's like a bigger party outside of the party going on. Just ain't 4 minutes, just ain't 4 minutes, just ain't 4 minutes. I have no idea. Oh yeah, this thing. I would do it too.
Please just think, please just think, please just think, please just think, please think.
Please just think, please just think, please just think, please just think, please
Party
just
session.
think, please just think, please just think, please.
I'm
Aw.
back. I always forget to unmute myself. I'm back. Hi.
At least this time you don't have a laugh track to remind you that you forgot to unmute.
I could. That would be so inappropriate right now. So welcome back.
Hey, welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, I don't want to get right back into it because that just feels natural, not to just like run right back into it. I like to Shakespearean it up, and I don't know, do something a little different for a second. So I'm gonna, hi doggo, I won't hit you.
Hi doggo.
I just need to stretch. I didn't do that. I got my water and just kind of goofed around for a second because my brain needed a break.
It's good sometimes.
Okay, I really needed that. Thank you. Okay. So, I was thinking about maybe dancing a little bit later.
Ooh, you should.
Maybe for a good chunk of time. But
I think you should.
Yeah. Ooh, woo. I have the first tarot deck with me right now that I have gotten for myself. The actual first tarot deck I have was from you. And it's for very specific purposes. It's quite a dark tarot deck. And so I use that one for like shadow work and, because every card looks so, like, it doesn't matter what it is, it just, to me, looks negative. Unless you're in a certain mood, but vampires kind of suggest you're in a, I don't know, they're not good. I mean, I love vampires, but they're not good, So.
You know what? We all love a problematic fave, okay?
It's true. So, I wanted to get these out for a moment because this is a different avenue of, it's a really good expression of symbolism in art. It's all it is. And this is old as shit. Now, of course, there's so many decks out. There's the basic Rider-Waite tarot deck, and that's, what most of them are based from. And there's a real logic system, and with a combination of approximately, what is it? Is it 72 cards? I think it's 72. I don't know. I'm so terrible. I don't know. I know all the cards. I just don't think to count them all. So, but anyways, it's this many, right? This one might have a few more or less, but approximately that many. And depending on how you address them, it can tell you a different narrative, and the narrative is entirely up to your interpretation. So, it really depicts exactly what we were talking about in every level. And I think even in that mysticism sense, too, that thing that moves through you, the thing that you really don't know why you did what you did, but it's beautiful. My favorite thing about art, the thing as an artist that excites me the most anyways, is a person experiencing it, the creation of it. Because sometimes you ever sit back while you're making something and feel like you're a spectator?
Sometimes. Yeah. Usually in the sketching phase. This is the biggest one, because
that flow phase.
Exactly. It's like, okay, I don't know why we're doing this, but we're doing this.
78 is the standard tarot count. Thank you, Valentine. Lizard's doggo.
Cute.
Alright, so I want to ask, what do I want to ask? What is the significance of symbolism in our lives? Like, how is it valuable to us as a society, as a human species? That's probably one of the most complicated questions I've ever asked a tarot deck. So we'll see what happens. Let's see what we'll just see. Okay.
It can only go well. It can only go well.
Oh wow! So the very first card we get is the mirror. This is a unique card to this deck, actually. Let me know how well we can see that.
Let me enlarge my window here real quick. Ooh, hi.
So we have like sort of this siren-esque figure holding up her hand to what makes it appear as though she's holding up the moon. And with the moon represents the subconscious. And it also, therefore, can represent our fears. It's what lies in the dark. You know, our subconscious is not our consciousness. It's something that lies with underneath. And she's holding it up. It's almost as though she's, raising it on high, right? And if we want to think about raising the subconscious on high as if to say, I look fearlessly into the mirror of my deeper self, and you know, she's not looking at it, so I do find that interesting. She's also holding a mirror, not looking at it, so it is that choice. But like when the subconscious is illuminated and in your face, you know, do you run and hide from that, or do you confront it and face it? And so I think this card is really about a choice. So when I ask the question, what is the significance of symbolism in our lives? Well, I think quite simply the word itself associated with the card, the mirror, is just that. Well, the moon symbolizes that as it reflects the light of the sun, represents the subconscious in that way. As the light of the sun represents the consciousness, the things that we can see plainly in the light of day. The moon reveals to us as it cycles through the month too, only so much light at a time, and is only fully illuminated for a short period of time, so it's like a little window into that. So yeah, really what I'm getting is that symbols give us pause. They give us a chance to reflect upon ourselves, our world, who we are, our fears, our dreams, our desires. It's a mirror. It's a mirror to us. I mean, and that's basic, right, with art. But it's really fun to analyze it and watch the magic happen, because I just shuffled those cards and that's what pulled up. So I just think one card is all we need, although it'd be fun to pull another just to see what happens. Huh.
Sorry, I'm plugging my headset.
You doing alright?
I just had to plug in my headset. Bitch was dying.
Oh, okay. Did you hear that? Cause
I missed like the just end of it, if you wouldn't mind repeating it.
Oh, what was I saying? The basically symbols represent the significance of them is to hold up a mirror to us, to see our fears, our hopes, our dreams, our desires, ourselves. And then ultimately that's why they're significant. We need that mirror. So thank you. It kind of works out serendipitously that you asked me to go back, because I kind of liked adding that last bit there.
Yeah. And if I may chime in, I think you hit the nail on the head, because what makes it such a mirror is because, like we were saying before, different symbols mean different things to different people based on your experience.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to some, like, say we take a symbol of a sword. That's a really easy one. To some, it's a symbol of oppression, because it's the sword that executes dissonance. It's the thing that enforces. It's the thing that, like, gets you in trouble. And to some, it's a tool to seek justice. Like, it's the thing with which you put down the big bad, to use a D&D term. It's the thing you use to defend people who can't defend themselves. And depending on your experience with that thing, that symbol in a piece is going to mean something different than another person.
Mm-hmm.
So symbolism acting as that mirror into the self and the psyche and the subconscious, absolutely agree.
Mm-hmm. And that it's essential. That was the part that I added at the end. It's essential, I think, to us improving as individuals and as a species. And so that back and forth of us, it's really amazing just how complex symbols truthfully are, and we just don't even think about them. And that's okay. That's not shade to anybody. I just think it's amazing. It's so deeply a part of us. I think back to, like, if you just think back to, like, try to strip us down to as much like other animals as you can. If we can imagine if there was a time in our evolution that was like that, you know, a lot of people think so. I don't know what I think. I think I'm too lazy to care. I'm like, yeah, probably. I mean, that makes sense. But
why not?
I don't really care. But so, you know, I mean, I know that we are evolved biological forms. So trying to think back to our former biological selves, pre-development of higher cortex, you know, higher thought. I think when that first started developing, you know, the first evidence we have of it is cave drawings. You know.
Yeah.
I imagine we had symbols before then, though. But those were the first pictorial symbols. You know, hand symbols, obviously communication, speech. But we are focusing on pictorial.
Yeah.
That development, and so, like, it's just amazing to me, the first human that thought to take a rock or whatever and scratch something into it to mean something. Like, stripping it down to the core, the beginning. And now today we have such complex languages as to have, you know, whole films, conversations, cards that tell stories and reveal things about ourselves, and like, it's just the history stacked upon history upon use. It's we're inseparable. You know, you can't remove that from us. So, you know, that definitely is another conversation for another day. But I want to hit on why it's so kind of scary to a lot of artists when corporatization is really making it difficult for artists to thrive and you know, continue to develop this essential and obviously I would argue biologically essential skill set. You know, like this is essential to our existence. So, if you have anything to add to that, I'm cool, but I definitely have that question for you if you're ready for that too.
Another thing to, like, even to simplify, even just to color and the connotations of color in things. Like for instance, if this room behind me was to be completely illuminated red, like red wall, red light, that would have a connotation to someone versus the blue I have going on. And we have connotations of colors as well, and sometimes they even contradict each other because brightly colored things in nature tend to be poisonous.
Yeah.
So it's like, on the one hand, we learn that, oh, bright colors can be poisonous and dangerous, but also, like, bright colors on flowers. It's nice, it's springtime, it's happy. But then on this poison dart frog, this bright color means it's going to kill me if I eat it.
Yeah.
And it also denotes emotion through... You can also denote emotion through color. Like, red can be passion, or it can be rage. Blue can be calm, or it can be sadness. And a lot of times in art, you use your command of color to evoke certain emotions. Like, to circle back to the two pieces, both have very different vibes just from the use of color.
Yeah.
Because, like, what do you feel in the red and warmth of this versus the blue and black and coolness of this? Very different pieces.
I like that they're next to each other.
Yeah.
Ooh, left and right too. Very nice.
I might have done that on purpose. Won't lie. And, like, another thing with the Saturn one, that's the two colors together, and even that makes a different vibe.
Yeah, that vibe is like dissonance. Because, well, I mean, it's like, it's so orangey. And
like, just...
Yeah, they're, you know, contrasting colors, so it just makes you go, you know, which is perfect for, you know, the concept of the piece. Yeah, I'm really glad you brought up color. Yeah, thank you, because I actually imagine that probably came first. You know, I think about even, like, maybe putting paint on ourselves, or marking, like, oh, the path is this way, you put this color smudge on something. Or like you dye your clothes, and that's you get my feeling.
Yeah. Oh god, the history of dye and classism could be a conversation all on its own. I swear.
We might have to do that one sometime. Yeah.
Side note for everybody in chat, I do Viking recreation, and I'm in particular in the textile department, so I've done dyeing with natural materials. So it's really fun.
Please don't die, but die.
Like if our ongoing joke is if you drink the dye bath, you will die with an I. Good old Viking humor for you. They were loaded with it. Don't let the hardcore Viking TV shows fool you. They were a jokester bunch.
Yeah. Well, gosh, how else do you cope with like the harshness?
Yeah, rob from people who don't live in the harsh environment you do.
There's that. I was just thinking about coping mechanisms from living in Ohio.
It was art for me.
Yeah. At least we didn't pillage people. Yeah. Oh wait. You have to you have to consider that.
I mean, in my defense, I had younger siblings. It happened from time to time.
Oh, siblings don't count. Everybody knows that.
Siblings.
Basically, we're all Vikings when it comes to our siblings.
Like, yeah, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. That's just how that works. Especially if you're the oldest.
So, kind of to wrap this up, I got one last question for you.
Hit me.
Your favorite film for visual symbolism and metaphor?
Oh, damn. That's a hard one. Because if it was just like your favorite animated film, that's easy, but just for the symbolic storytelling and the symbolism.
I mean, we did focus on animation, so if you want to go that route, I'd understand.
That's probably where it would be, period.
Mm-hmm.
For me as an individual. I'm sorry, I'm not having I feel bad that I don't have a quick answer for this.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's totally fine. Don't feel like you're on the spot either.
There's such a reservoir of potential answers.
We've got some nice cleansing spiritual music going on in the background. And,
got my gelatinous cube snoop.
This might be one of those things that takes a minute to think about, and I don't mind the pause. For anybody who's listening now or in the future, it's rhetoric. For everybody.
Particularly symbols. I'm also looking over at my shelf that has a few of my movie boxes on it to see if something give me an answer. You know what? A really hard one. Because obviously there's movies I could talk about for hours. But I don't know if that'd be necessarily the symbol speak in them.
It doesn't have to be your absolute favorite, but if you got one that really comes to mind immediately.
I think I do. In theory, I could give you two answers, but in theory, the two potential answers would be the animated Beauty and the Beast from Disney, or I think it's 1989 Secret Garden.
Ooh.
1989 Secret Garden is the one I'll go with, because the big overlooming symbol and theme in that movie is the rebirth of this garden that has gone dormant. can't imagine why that would be such a big thing. So, the TLDR, for anyone who has not either read this book or seen this movie, I'm working on reading the book. I have not gotten far. But I saw the movie first, so that's what I'm going off of. The TLDR is this child, Mary Lennox, loses her parents in India and gets shipped to United Kingdom, where she goes into the care of her uncle, who is the Lord of Misselthwaite Manor. And Misselthwaite Manor is this big, beautiful manor, but it is very cold and dead feeling. It's surrounded by gardens, and one particular garden is locked, because it was the garden that belonged to the former lady of the house who had passed away, who was the main character's mother's twin. And when she died, the lord of the house commanded the garden to be locked up, no one to set foot in it. It was healthy dealing with grief, of course. Thank you, England. And Mary learns as she lives in the manor that she has a cousin, Colin, who has been just kind of kept away from the world, kept from going outside because he was an early child. When he was born, his mother died. He was premature, he's been very sickly, and he's basically been confined to bed. And they start to form a familial bond, and eventually, Mary asks to have a piece of land to be hers, and she gets the garden. And she and this servant boy, Dickon, start planting flowers and, spending a lot of time in the garden, basically bringing it back to life. Eventually, they bring Colin out to the garden, and he ends up learning how to walk and getting stronger and healthier the more he's outside. And it kind of, through the healing of this garden, they heal the grief cloud that has been over Misselthwaite Manor this whole time. And it's a really good story, and that's why I wanted to read the book. And it was also, this is one of those movies that I show to people that I trust. Because, if you want to get into, some of the core of my existence and my personality, watch this movie. And I'm very dear about who I watch it with, because, if I think for a second you're going to make, an inappropriate joke or something at an interval in the movie, I'm not going to watch it with you. Mm-hmm. It's too important. It's too important to my heart. Mm-hmm. So if I watch this movie with you, it's important. I'm like, please see this core memory of what makes Smalls Smalls. Mm-hmm. And so the obviously overarching symbol in this movie is the garden. When it's first found, it is in disrepair very badly. It's just covered in dead plants, gray, broken rock, leaves, debris, and it's in a very sad state. And as these kids, these young kids, I think they're maybe between 7 and 11. They're young. But as these kids spend more time with it, it starts to come back to life as it starts to get love and attention and care. And the character Colin, he takes his first steps in his mother's abandoned garden that has been brought to life by his cousin and her friend, which I think is really beautiful. And throughout the movie, there's a lot of use of watching flowers bloom. If you've ever watched those quick videos where it shows how roots go down and they sprout, mm-hmm. but it's fast forwarded. There's some use of that. It is an 80s movie. And there's a lot of use of animals as symbols as well, because you have the robin who leads Mary to the garden in the first place. You have... I'm going to get choked up talking about this, and so more to chat than anything, I apologize for getting choked up at parts. There's a lot of use of baby animals. In particular, there's a scene where they're talking about this sheep, this little lamb, that Dickon found out on the moor. Specifically, he was riding out on the moor and he heard the lamb crying. its mother had been killed, and it was all alone. So Dickon did what Dickon do, and what Dickon do in the book, even not with just this lamb, but he takes it home, and he looks after it, he cares for it, and nurses it back to health. And you see the lamb walking around, it's very unsteady on its feet, it's still kind of crying. And it's a baby. Like, you can still see a little bit left of the, like, umbilical cord on its belly. It is so young. And it's a baby, it's missing its mother. And that's when Colin decides to try taking his first steps. He has been confined to a bed and a wheelchair his whole life. Been told, you're going to develop a lump in your back, and you're probably going to die super young. Doesn't that just suck? And, like, he lost his mother as soon as he came into the world. And because his mother died when he was born, he doesn't have a relationship with his father. His father never wants to see him. Because his dad is afraid of loving his son and then losing him. Because he's so sickly. And so they're spending time with this lamb who's lost its mother and is crying, is walking on unsteady legs. And that's when Colin starts to take his first steps, going between Dickon and Mary. And you're watching and you're like, oh, it's Colin. Colin's the lamb. He lost his mom crying out on the moor, because the way Mary finds him is she hears crying in the house, goes and finds him. And you're like, oh, the lamb is Colin, Colin's the lamb. I get it. And there's also a really fun scene that I think to some people doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it seems a little silly. And it's after Colin's been walking a while, and he's been trying really hard to get the head maid of the house to, like, send for his father to bring him home, because he wants his father to be the first adult to see him walk. And Mary and Dickon sneak out one night, and they start a little fire. And Colin's like, we're doing magic. This is the first of my experiments with magic. And you hear Dickon is playing on a little pan flute, which I found delightful. Mary is holding these two torches of fire and sort of waving them around, and these kids start doing this nonsense chant. I'm pretty sure it's nonsense. They start doing this nonsense chant, hopping around the fire. Colin basically speaks a chant in English saying, "Send my father," so we can set his spirit free. And then the camera zooms out of this scene of the kids around the fire, and then it shows a bunch of, like, moving shots. And it's literally like, it's like showing this kid's magic worked. Because they believed in it so hard. And, God, I love this movie so much. And just overall, the garden coming back to life. It's slow, and it takes time, and it takes work, and it's done by these kids. It's done by these young kids. I was going somewhere and I lost it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
But, like, as the garden grows stronger and, like, flowers start to bloom, you see Mary, who has been very disconnected from people, very kind of spoiled and kind of wretched, learning how to make connection and grow these bonds with people. You know, she grows one with Dickon, she grows one with the servant, what is her name? I don't remember her name. But there's a female servant in the house that she forms a bond with, and she forms a bond with her cousin. And it's like watching this part of her that was kind of dilapidated and not tended to properly because of how she was growing up. You're watching that start to bloom. And there's an overarching theme in the book and in the movie that even, like, kids we would think of as, like, yeah, this is kind of a nasty kid or a sour kid, it's like, no, it's just a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a garden bed that's overgrown. And it needs attention, it needs care, it needs love.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also a thing when you look at why the garden was shut up. The garden was shut up because it was associated with the dead wife. And it's gone to hell. It's gone to absolute hell. Because it was too painful to look at. To give that love was too painful. That love of care was too hard. So we just stopped. Mm-hmm. And that's sometimes what happens with grief. Is we withdraw in. Because it hurts too bad. We're in so much pain that we can't give outward. Because we're hurting so bad. It's like how some plants, even to tie this into the garden theme, some plants, when you touch them, they recoil into themselves to protect themselves. And sometimes people do that too. We recoil in to keep ourselves safe. And like as the garden comes back to life, nurtured by the next generation, who is basically saying, it just needs some love. Because another significant scene in the movie is when Mary shows Dick in the garden for the first time, and she's like, it's all dead. And he's like, no, it's not. And he pulls aside some of the brush and the debris, and shows this little bud starting to come out from the earth. And he's like, it's still very much alive. And he even points to some of the dead-looking plants, and is like, here's a good way to check. I forget what he calls it. I think it's quick, but I'm not sure. But it's basically that part where you either like snap a branch or you pull a little bark aside and it has green underneath. That's how you know the plant is still alive. It's not actually dead. It's just winterized, basically. And he's like, yeah, see, that the quick is still there. It's still alive. Come spring, there will be so many flowers and so many plants in this place, you'll be sick of it. And he like shows her like all the life that's still there. You just have to look a little closer. You have to kind of wade through the muck a bit to get to it, but it's there. And you see that play out in the relationship between Colin and his father, because there is definitely love still there, because at one point this sounds a little creepy out of context, but in the movie it's actually kind of heartbreaking and sweet. The Lord of the Manor goes to visit his son while his son is sleeping, and he sounds just heartbroken. And he's like, my poor boy. And Colin looks like he's starting to wake up, and the father panics and like runs away. Because on the one hand you have my poor sick child who I can't help, and I'm going to lose. I'm not going to form a bond with him because it's going to be like losing my wife all over again. And in the same exact breath, you hear, I'm your father and I can't help you.
This is really close to home.
This is why this is a comfort movie for me. It's, I'm your father and I can't help you. I'm helpless to help my dying son. Who isn't dying, because there's a point where he throws a hell of a tantrum, and we've seen kids lose their shit in like grocery stores and stuff. We've seen tantrums, and a lot of the times, I mean, not all the times, there's always exceptions, of course, but a lot of the times kids throwing tantrums is them having really big feelings that they don't know what to do with yet. And we see that with Colin, because he throws this big tantrum, and we as adults watching are like, this is awful, this is the kid losing its shit. And through the tantrum, he's like, I'm going to die. I'm going to develop a lump in my back. I'm going to die. And it's this kid having this mentality of, I'm going to die, and I don't know how long I'm going to live. And I'm scared. And everyone holds me at arm's length because I'm sick, and I have no connection. I have no closeness with anybody, and I'm going to die. And Mary, like, feels his back, and it's like, you don't have a lump in your back, you're just skinny as fuck. Not in those exact words, obviously, but she's like, you're not dying, you're just scrawny. And what ends up happening is, after that point, is when she tells Colin about the garden, and Colin starts going outside. And the more he's outside and the more he's in the sunlight and he's in the air, the stronger he gets, and he starts walking. It starts with him just standing in his wheelchair, and then he's walking. And there's a very strong symbol in this movie of us needing the connection with nature. We need it. Because when Colin was his sickest was when he was confined indoors, without even windows to open to get sunlight and fresh air. Because there was this paranoia that it was the spores in the air that would kill him faster. But it ended up being the thing he needed, which also acts as symbolism because it's the thing we're afraid of the most that can give us strength. Like you were saying before, fire that purifies. We're going to go through shit in life, and it's going to be scary, and we're not going to want to do it. And sometimes it's just hard. But you come out the other side. And looking into that darkness and looking into that walking through that fire, looking at that darkness, looking at that subconscious, we're going to learn ourselves. And we're going to find those wounds, and we're going to be able to finally know what they are and what they come from and how to treat them. And that's why it's so important to do your shadow work, kids.
Yeah. Aho. Thank you. You can
I hope that actually answered the question and didn't just end up with me like rambling for a minute.
It did exactly what I was hoping for.
Almost got me crying on camera, you crafty fox.
Well, I almost got myself crying too, so... Yeah, some of the things that the story talks about hit really close to home, given recent situations,
Yeah.
And my mom's... Probably my favorite thing about my mom was her garden, and when she started tapping back into her creativity again, all she colored was flowers and gardens all the time. So, thanks. It's good though, and it was everything is in a package in this conversation. Yeah. And that's why I said let's get witchy today. We don't even have to think about it, and here is art emerging and revealing itself, packed full of symbolism and things we didn't even catch while it was happening.
You know what I think is also interesting if you look at the car as well? I'm pretty sure there's a homie just like sleeping on that boat, completely unaware of what's happening.
Let me see if I can get closer.
I'm pretty sure in the boat there's just like a dude, a guy.
He's dead. It's a mummy.
Oh, interesting.
I think that's like the River of Styx.
Oh.
It's kind of cool how the reflection, like, on the card looks like the reflection of the moon.
Kinda, yeah.
In the water. Oh, this is cool.
That is cool.
Trippy. See, this is art. I told you this is art. Oh. I have mine too. Oh, mine's losing light. I need to plug it in. Yeah, mine's...
There we go.
It's very dim. Must plug in. Well, had this for everything today. These are my symbols today.
Oh, you slut. Shut off on me.
Jeez. Jeez, you just called the moon a slut.
Thanks. Don't like my tippy taps? Fine, put you back on your stand. That's fine.
But yeah, so I like things neatly packaged. I feel like there is a point when, like you were saying with your art, you go, okay, I think I'm done now.
Yeah.
This is it. So, in regards to the conversation at large, I'd like to conclude it. We can just share some art and talk about some stuff. I got a little bit of art I want to share. And of course, you're welcome to go at any point, and I might just dance and then maybe play a video game.
Hell yeah! No, eventually I gotta go and get this pizza I've ordered.
What kind of pizza?
Oh, plain. There's a little deli up the road from us that does legitimately New York style pizza, and it's so good.
That sounds amazing.
Nice thin crust and
So I handmade a glitter magnet of Pon Pon, and this is her.
I love it! I love how Pon Pon's become such an avatar of so many different fun things. It's so perfect.
I don't know how good that's gonna look zoomed in, but
you don't think the
glitter does not translate. What was that?
I was worried about the glitter translating through the camera, but it's kind of coming through, honestly.
Yeah, not too bad. Not
too
bad. And then, so it's kind of cool just to see like that this is all like this hand cut magnet. I used an X-Acto knife.
Nice.
So it's a cool silhouette too. And then I quickly made an envelope for it to protect it out of some scrap material, and it just looks cool on that too.
In this vein, actually, I had an idea.
Thank you for feeding the Rex. Rex was getting crabby.
Can't have that. Feed your foxes, folks.
Feed your fox. Oh yeah, feed your foxes. I've got to do that. I got some sushi. I was thinking about grabbing.
Ooh, get it.
Yeah, I should. Okay, I'll get it real quick. Real quick.
Get it. Can you still hear me or no?
Oh, now I can.
Okay.
I'm back.
So I was thinking, I happen to have nearby a collaborative piece I think you and I did some years back.
Seriously?
I think I do.
Is it the Bridget piece?
It is.
Oh, yes. Yes. I want to see.
Alright, I have to set down my headset for this because it's charging, but I will be right back.
Oh.
I gotta go all the way to the closet.
The closet.
Alright. It's a big chupungaloid of a piece, so I'm gonna have to step back a bit.
Hi, Potato Queen!
Here we go.
Boop boop. Oh my gosh, it's so much prettier than I remember.
I haven't looked at it in a hot second.
So, a fellow mutual of ours that runs D&D games, known as DM Feanor, is obsessed with this piece, and he wants us to do stuff like that for his deities in D&D worlds.
I feel like we can make that happen.
I think, honestly. Yeah, that didn't take us very long, all things considered.
I think this took us like maybe an afternoon total.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like you can see Pon Pon's. You can see Pon Pon's amazing command of color in this. By the way, I just want to point out, Pon Pon themselves, the colors is them, and just look at how gorgeous that shit is. Look at that hair. Look at that shine. Look at that skill.
Yeah, you did the line work. No. This is heavy sushi.
Flowers. Right. And if we turn it towards the light...
Oh, I'm glad you can hear now.
It's such an experience of a piece.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Sorry. I got into the meows.
It's fine. Get into the meows. Do it. Oh, I love that piece so much. I want to put that up somewhere in the house, like a place of honor. I just gotta figure out where.
Yeah. I'm curious where you'll put that, because that one's like it's big. It's got quite a presence to it.
I think it's almost as tall as me. Which is not saying a lot. I'm like 5'4", but still. More than 5'1", and I'll take it.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
Oh, I was gonna say, well, you said 5'1". That's the part I got confused about. I was like, what?
Oh, I said, well, it's more than 5'1", directly making fun of a certain musical artist.
Is it only 5'1"?
I think it is 5'1".
Jeez.
Is the
What?
Yeah, they're tiny.
What the hell?
The hell you say?
Man, I feel like such a giant next to that. I really would. I mean, I probably do. It happens on occasion.
You know what I could also probably do if I wanted, because I have a small portfolio of like random assorted, unfinished bullshit pieces.
Potato Queen says, I really love your drawing style, Small Wonder, especially with how you make people. Something about it feels familiar.
Shut up! Hi, I'm Small Wonder Studios, and I take compliments like oil takes to water. What's up?
TM. She says, never!
Stop. 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 Oh,
yeah,
cord.
on that wavelength, show some pieces.
If I can get this cord untangled, I will. But it is...
No stop. You is awesome.
No, never. Forever. Forever and ever. Okay, I think I might be able to actually keep my headset on, going towards the closet. Come on. You can see the thing I'm struggling with right now.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I'm ready for the closet. Go on this adventure with me.
Yes,
Okay,
always, forever, and ever awesome. I'm just repeating what Potato Queen is saying.
Hi, I am also the purveyor of, like, awful noises when I'm overwhelmed.
The purveyor of awful noises.
Purveyor of awful noises, LLC.
Okay, I'm done with that for right now.
Oh. There we go.
Potato Queen says mood.
Oh! You want a big one? Want a nice one?
Yes.
There we go.
Ooh, fierce. That one's intense.
You want to know the title?
Mm-hmm.
Called A Beast in Shackles Raises Its Hackles. Cause that like rhymes.
I love the horns.
I'm gonna get you up close. Just feel them teeth.
Potato Queen says, I'm always making all the noises. Yeah, I want a nice big one too, giggity. And that's cool as fuck, Smalls.
Ooh. So I don't have a black light for this, but I painted it with black light in mind.
Gosh, that's so stunning. The black light's amazing on it too. I've seen it. I've seen it. Ooh,
and,
I like that. All caps.
And I don't know how well the text translates because I did the faux pas of putting words in my
You did do the faux pas, and Potato Queen wants to know what are the words.
It says, a heart in a bell jar is pretty and fine, but if never released, can never truly shine.
I think she's gonna like that one. I'm waiting. Amen, sis. I love it. Yeah.
I do have your stream. I do have your stream up. I just have it like I have the tab muted.
She's offering to buy it from you. Bling bling, ching ching.
Bling bling. I mean, I have gotten a lot less possessive of my work as I've gotten older. So I mean, we'll talk later.
Bling bling, ching ching.
JK, unless. JK, unless. Like an interesting, so an interesting topic, considering we're talking pieces and symbolism. Do you remember that Green Man painting I had for the longest time that I was working on, like between solstices?
Are you asking me or Potato?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Yes.
So that ended up going to my mom, my Christian accountant mom.
Noise.
And I was confused because I was like, "Are you fucking sure?" Like, I don't know what you think this is a painting is, but I think you can look at it and pretty solidly say, there's some shit going on. Oh yes, the blood of pencil pushers runs through my veins.
Tato Queen says, LOL, Christian accountant mom. We're talking, that's so, that is, just to emphasize the theme of the bulk, the meat of our conversation. Talk about some symbolism there, just in those few poetic words.
So I have said, my Christian accountant mom. What comes to your mind when you think of that? Because you're probably right.
Your mom's got a few things about her though that make the Green Man, her liking that painting, make sense.
Yeah, like if you've spent any yeah, I mean. She can be, but she tends to use it for, like, say, if I said I didn't want pickles on a thing and it arrives with pickles. My mom uses her Karen powers for good because she is a, like, slightly heavier, middle-aged lady. And she's like, "Do you want me to rain down hell on you? Because I fucking will."
I'd be afraid of her.
She tends to. My mother is a beast, like. I love her so much.
You pinned Karen TM.
TM.
Yes.
Yeah, my mom has bodily put herself in front of me and danger. She's a bear. She's a bear lady. Is there anything else fun back over here? Probably. Just how much digging do I want to do?
Keep pinning things by accident. I don't know if I've ever pinned anything. What does a pin do in a chat, really?
I have no idea.
I get what it does, like in Discord. I imagine it's something similar. Okay, it has a timer. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pin the. Just unpin it.
Unpin.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's nice. That's good to know. I just learned something.
Hey. I don't know why I'm giggling over peen. Unpeen. Repeen. Probably because I have the sense of humor of a 9-year-old boy at heart.
Peen.
Peen.
Oh, wait.
Peen.
There's something that sounds like peen.
Oh, what could that be? Pray tell.
Could be. It could be.
Would it be?
It could be.
Would it be?
Pingers!
Stink man. I know. You probably have to go potty.
Aw, poor Stink
Yeah,
man.
I know. It's about that time.
Oh, Stinkle man. Oh, where is it? I know what I want. Okay, I think this is it. Yes, this is it. Cool. So, forgiveness, it is old, and did you know yellow marker ink bleeds through pages and imprints on the page behind it? I didn't know, and it kind of fucked up a lot of my stuff.
Pingus.
I only caught part of that because we got pingused many times.
Oh, the multi-pingus. Pingus time.
Come here, Stink. Come here, Cupid. So, I whatever it is we're looking at, I want to see it. My bad.
You're not sorry, don't lie.
You can't be sorry for pingusing.
Never be sorry for a pingusing. So, I'm trying to find a specific page that I really like in here.
Yeah, show us as much as you'd like. I'd love it. Oh, that's one of my favorites.
One of mine, too. I love this one so much. And I'm so mad because the yellow from the previous page stained this part of the piece. But, you know what? I'm a wizard, and I thought ahead, and I scanned every page, so there is a untainted version on my computer.
Oh, good.
That I'm happy to make prints of for people if they're interested. By the way.
Potato Queen says hi, Cupid.
Hi, Cupid.
Yeah, he says, Mom,
little
this isn't
man.
comfortable. I want to be in your lap, but this isn't comfortable.
The disdain in his little face.
Small's a smort.
You wanna be small, then you gotta be smart.
Hey, random tangent real quick. But this is totally pop culture, it'll date our video a little bit. But have you seen the Mario movie?
Not yet, I really want to.
Bowser Sings.
I've seen the music video.
Oh, so good. It is, let me tell you, it is 100% Mario and nothing else. It is like the most basic fucking plot line. It is Mario, period. They don't add anything. It is just what they give you in the terms of the games in Mario, and that is it.
You know what we call that?
Huh.
We call that a stellar video game adaptation.
It was. It was. I mean, and I'm glad it took all those years. And they even had a tip of the hat to the, you know, the old Mario movie. They had a couple tips of the hat to that, and like the horrible cartoon show where they're like, "Hey, Pisanos, it's the Super Mario Brothers Super Show!" Like, they totally had a tip of the hat to that shit. I mean, like, if you know your Mario, which I know my Mario, it was non-stop Easter egg. And, I mean, that's the whole point. But, like, everybody can enjoy Mario on different levels, and, you know, being an 80s baby, I enjoy Mario on all the levels.
Absolutely. Honestly, like, that's all I want for the Mario fans is just, like, just have a fun movie for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Sonic the Hedgehog was good, but, you know, really Jim Carrey's what made that great. Sonic was cute, though. He was cute. But, I mean, I think it's just, it's similar because the same reason Mario, in the long run, kind of beat Sonic, because, you know, that was kind of a competition for a minute. I'd say Mario won. And as much as I used to be on Team Sonic. But yeah, Mario's so damn likable, you don't even mind that you lose to him. And that's the thing, the same thing that made Mario win for the games is the same reason why the Mario movie is a more successful movie, too. So, because, I mean, that ties into everything we're saying, you know? I mean, the symbols, the language they developed for Mario is so concise and poetic that I'm sure they just had a blast making that movie.
You know what I'll also say ties back into what we were talking about for that? From what I'm hearing, the Mario movie kept it simple like the game. Sonic tried to be a little too extra.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you put Jim Carrey into it, I love that was his last shindig, man. What an honor. What an honor. I feel so, like, I felt seen by that. I was like, thank you, Jim Carrey. Thank you, Jim Carrey, for serving your audience. And the ones that really grew up with you and love you, you know?
Yeah. Like, oh, there he is. There's my guy. I see you. I see you.
Oh, did you have another piece to show us? I didn't mean to...
This will be the last one I think I show from this, but it's a pretty special one.
Yeah.
Where I again commit the cardinal sin of words in my artwork.
The Earth and the Moon have been friends for a very long time. Oh, very, very long time. Yeah, that one's the best.
And for all of you in chat, I am planning to recreate this on a larger scale and try and have the words actually play into the artistry by using them as like constellations in the stars made with the stars themselves. So keep an eye out.
That's gonna be... I can't wait to see it. I mean, that part intimidates me. Like, I'm trying to think about how I would render that. I'm just like...
And I'm like, I have a plan. We're going to see if it works out. Oh, you know what? This is just a for fun one. I lied. We're going to show this one off because you know how few times you picture something in your head and it comes out exactly how you wanted it to?
Mm-hmm.
Like exactly how you saw it? This is one of those for me. It came out exactly how I wanted it.
It's so good. God, I love her booty and her thighs.
I love that skull. That skull came out perfect.
He's like, "Wah!"
That was just what I wanted for this piece, man. That was all I wanted. Was that skull to turn out right? Oh, there's more in here than I thought there was. Holy shit! I'm sorry. This is gonna keep happening. So this one.
Oh, I love that one. The gold. Oh my god.
This was right after I saw The Green Knight with my friend in theaters, and that's a fucking trip of a movie, man.
Did I see The Green Knight? I feel
Someone
like
described
I did.
Someone described it very well as it's a lot of nothing, but a whole lot of it. And I'm like, there was a lot that happened. I don't know that I can accurately describe it with words.
Maybe that's why if I did see it, I don't... Maybe I wanted to see it. I think I wanted to see it.
But the way that crown is drawn is directly from that movie. And it's a fun movie if you're a visual artist and you just like to see all the cool things they're putting. And
you want to see my greatest work of genius I've done?
Yes. Yes. You know it.
It's horrible, actually. It says...
I love it, though!
It says product, like, we make mock-ups at work. And they're like with stickers and books and stuff. So I made a mock-up of a mock-up. Like, this is the idea of what we make. So I was like, look, product name, and then there's a little hole right there, but I drew it. And then, you know, and then TM. And then here's the stupid sticker sheet and the stupid stickers on it. And then, of course, part of the art is the poly bag itself, because... So I don't know, I think this is my... I like conceptual art. I'm one of them trash people.
I think we just call that having big brain hours, my guy. I hate to tell you. big wrinkly brain hours. Also, I would get that shitty unicorn as a tattoo. I would.
I had somebody say at work, they're like, I would buy those stickers. I'm like,
yeah,
I would too.
Who would buy those? Me.
They're so trash-tastic. It's not trash though, it's smart as fuck. Thank you, Potato Queen. I really, that means a lot to me. That one, I can smell the kitchen. I want to eat whatever she's cooking. I know it's full of herbs and divinity.
You know what's great? Is when I drew this. This is from 2022. It's from last year. I just recently lost all the color out of my blue-green hair, and I now have a sweater with that color on it, but it's got mushrooms on the front.
It's true. You just always draw on yourself in the future and other people, it seems. I don't even want to put up the picture I have that you made for me that depicts my future. I can't even do it. It's too much. It's too much. But I'll show a picture that you've drawn that I have of yours. I've got a couple here.
Oh, which one? And yes, Crow, I have. Mushrooms are a motif throughout my wardrobe, my house, my spaces, you fucking name it. Oh, I knew it! I knew that was gonna be the one!
I love this one.
I love it too! Oh, I love it, but it hurts my heart.
It hurts my heart too. I also have my very, very first image I ever drew of Pon Pon. And to some of you that might not seem like much because Pon Pon has only existed, you know, however many months I've been doing this on the internet, but actually Pon Pon has existed for a long time. And she started as I was putting mods on my Skyrim game back in the day, and I wanted to see how many I could put on my character and how much I could make her very, very strange and not make much sense. So I came up with Pon Pon, and this is first Pon Pon drawing.
Yeah! Hold it up to the screen. I wish to see. Listen. Ah, yes.
She used to have horns. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
P0T4T0233 and says, Gang Gang OG Pon Pon.
Gang Gang OG Pon Pon. That really tickles me. Why is that so funny? Gang Gang OG Pon Pon.
Gang Gang OG Pon Pon.
She didn't have heart eyes in the beginning. That happened because I started wearing heart-shaped sunglasses, and then in Chimera Land you could use hearts as the pupils.
Nice.
So yeah, that's how that happened.
Remember that.
But I want to show the one that you drew me of my D&D character, but for some reason I nailed that one to the wall.
Oh, I see.
Why the fuck did I nail it to the wall?
Because it's a special.
Because I ran out of tax. Oh, you fed Rex some cookies.
Gosh.
I want cookies. Well, by proxy, I will absorb the cookies spiritually, I guess. Nailed it, just like Jesus H. Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Smalls, that one hurts. Make Potato Queen stop hurting.
It's the Jeff Goldblum laugh immediately after that fucking nails it. To a T. Lowercase t.
Oh, my necklace is pulling my spirit up. But yeah.
Can I be salty for like just a little? Not salty, but like how happy I am that like Mario and Sonic fans got a pretty decent adaptation of their franchises.
Yeah.
Because two of mine have gotten absolutely shit on, and I'm like, thank God no one else has to go through this.
Which ones?
The first one being Beauty and the Beast.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hate the live action one with a passion.
So bad.
And I will die on that hill.
Yeah.
And the other one was, it's again fucking Disney, man. Their live action BFG movie. No.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that one.
No, you'd be better off finding the animated one from the 80s on YouTube. It's a better adaptation of the book.
Okay.
It is more truthful. It has the spirit of it. Sophie doesn't stuck in the animated one. Oh my god, I could be... Also, like, I'm sorry, when you're gonna have, like, your main heroes be English and Irish, but then the giants who are supposed to be, like, man-eating monsters and gross and awful are clearly Scotsmen, I've got a problem with you. One of the few movies I've finished and been like, I think I'm offended.
I think I need to take the doggos out real quick. It's probably about time to take another break. If you want to show more work when we get back, that's cool. If you need to get going, that's cool.
You know what? I think I will take this opportunity to sign off because I gotta eat and let my headset charge a bit. But that means when you come. Thank you, Potato. But
okay, we're all in a good cosmic clock together.
The cosmic biological clock, yeah. But I think that also gives you a good opportunity to spend the rest of your stream maybe doing a little dance and getting down tonight.
Yeah, I think I will. I don't think I'll dance the whole time. But, That's a long time. I could do it. No, I can't. If I started by the time I got back, let's say I get back at like, I don't know, let's just say easy time 5:20, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it'd probably be a little bit longer than that, actually. I'll probably get back before then. An hour and 40 minutes of dance. Yeah, I can do it when I'm out somewhere, but I'm not like performing the whole time for an hour and 40 minutes straight. If I'm performing, it's like 5 songs. You know? Because it's a lot. It's a lot of energy. I haven't stretched or nothing. I guess I could start there. That'd take some time, do some stretches with people.
Take some stretches, maybe do some more chatting with your audience.
Yeah,
let them
look
see
at
the
that.
process.
Queen says she'd be free to chat. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Awesome.
If you want to come back, and I might need a bit of a dance break, a couple songs, probably 1 or 2, and a little bit of stretching. But yeah, after that we want to talk some more. Not sure about what. We can just show off some art or whatever comes to mind. We got some time to think about it. That sounds great. Yeah, I got some time to figure that out.
Solid plan.
You have your cam now? Hell yeah! All right. Yeah, we're doing this.
So what I'm also hearing is Discord date, the 3 of us, one of these days.
Yeah, we definitely need a Discord date. She's gotta go poop time though, so.
Alright, so
happy pooping.
you take your break, take care of the doggos, and I'll feed the Rex while you take your break, because I'm gonna go feed myself.
Ooh, you fed the Rex, thank you.
Feed the Rex.
Alright.
And thank you for having me today. I've had a lot of fun, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. It was absolutely brilliant, magical, and I'm probably going to go back and watch it every so often. I could see me watching it probably soon after, because I like to review things.
Okay, I know this is a really bad
serious?
idea, but I'm already here, so...
Here it goes.
Here we fucking go. Right. Extra noses pounces on you, ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bones from across the floor. Noses your nicky wacky till day hee hee. Unzips your baggiest pants, oh baby, you so musky. Take me home, pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me like my little baby tail for your bulgy. Kisses and lickies your neck. I hope daddy likey nuzzles and wuzzles your chest. I be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please adopt me. Paws on your butt as I lick my lips. Ooh, punish me, please. Gotta hit him with this furry shit. He don't see it coming.
Thank you for the biddies.
Gosh.
Oh, sorry to prolong our goodbye, but I had business to attend to.
No, it's fine. We're from the Midwest. This happens all the time. Side information for a chat, if you don't know. The Midwest goodbye is when you say goodbye like you're going to either get off the phone or leave, and you just stand there with your hand on the doorknob going out for 30 minutes, still talking. Or you're like, yeah, I should go, yeah, and then you're back in the conversation for another 30 minutes. That is the Midwest goodbye.
It is indeed, and I think we're coming up close to that. Good job, us. So, that being said, thank you again. Like I said, it was magical. I'll probably watch this again sooner than later, and then probably again in like a year. I think, and what a great resource for you. If you ever need to like just show people what you're about, that's what I'd do. I'm gonna post this on YouTube. You just like, here you go. Here's my TED Talk.
Enjoy.
Yeah. TED Talk. It also has some of my portfolio in it. You know, it's multifaceted. It's pretty cool. This was an honor.
Multitasking.
This was an honor. Thank you for your time and your expertise and your wisdom.
This was an honor for me too. Thank you for letting me go on about my special interest. It was delightful.
It was great. I love you very much.
I love you very much too. Give Cupid a kiss on the head for me, okay?
I will. Bye.
Bye.
And I will be back soon. Yeah, we are. We are all still here. My bad. I got an uwu song and I had to dance to it, you know? Alright, I will be back soon.
Just not impressed by your little triplication act there, you know?
Yeah.
Just gonna keep wailing on you. I'll wail on you and all your buddies at the same time.
That's what I've been doing too with my staff. Just blow them all to hell.
It's the best course of action when there's so much shenanigans going on.
Whoever unlocks this party mode gets 2 parties, they don't even know it. There's like a bigger party outside of the party going on. Just informant. I have no idea. Oh yeah, this thing. I would do it too.
Please just think. Please just think. Please just think. Please just think. Please think.
Please just think. Please just think. Please just think. Please just think. Please just think. Please just think. Please just think. Please.
Yeah.
Hi.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
Maru, see, Maru.
Maru.
You got a sword in your hand? What the hell? What I got to say to that? Oh my god. What the?
For real? That really just happened? What? What? I can't even tell what's happening.
Slobadoo. Ninja moves, that's what. Slobble flop. Slide out. Grah.
If you reason you being bang, bang, bang.
I do not wish for him to end up like I have.
You look alright. I'm gonna kill those assholes.
Chrome-sucking psychos. It won't be easy. Maelstrom never goes down the easy route. The fucking clowns.
Help us, please. But without any bloodshed, I
beg you. No, man, bloodshod's the fun part.
Either way, your brother's getting out.
I really want to shoot somebody.
I do not know how to thank you.
I'm gonna shoot him.
They're keeping him in a shop just north of here. You shall find it next to the road along the docks.
Still gonna shoot him.
How poetic. A monk in distress. They should include this in your epic. What are you gonna do? Cross your legs and meditate till they drop dead?
No, I'm gonna shoot him.
Wish you'd drop dead.
That's just how we talk to each other. Yeah. That's right.
Chuckle fuck. I like that one. Chuckle fuck. That's a great color, sure, we'll go with that.
Got speakers for a face. I feel this guy. Actually, Valentine, I think I found you in this game.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, it does kind of look like it could be me.
Yeah. It could be Ruben.
Alright. Got the pink shirt.
Oh god.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this guy. He's fun.
Hey,
What?
so, what I was trying to say in chat was like what you was doing, Valentine, trying to figure out what to name your Timberborn map. you took everybody's suggestions and chat and stuff and combined them all into one name and made that your map. And so then I did that for Pom Pom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. The Swiggle Swoogle Ancestral Forest.
Okay.
Anyway, there's your exclamation. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
I guess.
That was a great exit.
She's funny.
The way over here.
Oh my god, she's fighting swamp monsters.
Yeah, the log led me to
So where do you work, Joker Dad? I know you've told me before, but I'm just trying to or you're like, did you tell me
Block. Yeah, I countered your ass. Bitch. Bitch. Come on, come on, come on. That's right. Counted. Counted again. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What you gonna do? Come on, come on. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Oh, you missed. Oh, that's right. And I slowed down time because I dodged it. Oh, that's right. That's right. I love combat in this game. Oh. Look at that. I didn't kill him. Let me take your shit. That's right. Read the fucking conversation. Yes.
Now meet this sleeping asshole. Hey! Hey! Meow!
Oh, I'm back. I forgot to unmute myself. I was just adjusting my camera anyways. Thank you to everybody that's still with me, hanging out. I'm just gonna pick out some music to move into some dance. Not sure if I should change the title of what I'm doing at this point, since it's just gonna be a small part of what I do. Let's find the right tune. Oh, I really like that one song. Not that that tells anybody else anything, but I think I know where it's at. I want to do... That's the one. No! Where's the song I picked? That one. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna conduct a little wizardry here in order to make this happen. We're gonna stop that music and gonna adjust some volumes and stuff. And we're gonna mute my mic. So I hope you're all ready. I gotta do some stretches first, so actually I'm gonna put on a song for that too. Sorry, this is taking a minute. We will get there. Stretching song. There we go. Okay, now I am going to mute my mic. Yeah, alright, so the fade out wasn't perfect on that one, but it's okay. That's fine. Thank you to anyone who was around, and to anyone who's seeing it later. Well, it's gonna be kind of weird without music, I won't lie. But I don't know, maybe you'll find it enjoyable. Cheers. So, that was a good break. Nice little shake it off, you know. I do have a bit of a costume malfunction I need to attend to. So if you just wait one fine moment, my kind, beautiful, gentle persons, I'm going to just step off cam for a second, fix my little costume malfunction, and I'll be back with you shortly and sweetly. Yeah, sorry you couldn't watch. It was a private matter. At least by Twitch standards. So, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad you liked the outfit. It's a similar variation of the outfit from last week. I just put a different article of clothing on top of it. I should get more suits like this. I don't remember what these are called, like just little teddy bears? Is that what they are? Like teddy bear suits or something? I am hot now. It is sweaty in here. So, last I was made aware, I'm waiting for the one and only Potato Queen to come join us and discuss what? I don't know. Maybe we'll play a game. Maybe we'll talk more art. Maybe we'll share shit. In the meanwhile, I guess... Ah, yeah, always hot. That's so sweet. Thank you. I guess in the meanwhile, I can shrink my camera down. And maybe we can watch one of, a video of me from a long time ago. Dressed as the Digimon Emperor? I don't know. That sounds kind of weird. I don't think I want to do that, actually. Trying to come up with something that's art related. I mean, I've got some art, but it's old. What do I want to look at? I need some intermission music. Let's see. Elevator music, copyright free. Yeah. Elevator music. Oh my god, it's so loud. Muzak. We all know this song. I'm gonna at Potato Queen. And then I guess I'll look at some of my old videos. Oh my god! Thank you for feeding Rex. I had my speakers turned up really high from dancing. Rex has gotten some good noms today. That's so good. Yes, looking up old stuff. Very old art. Let's find some. I managed to do this without letting y'all see my account name, maybe? Might not be super successful at that. Do, 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 do. do. Yeah, I think this is the one. It won't load.
Why must you?
Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I was about to do something dastardly and put on a video of me being the Digimon Emperor. But take your time. Take your time. I'm going to adjust my camera and stuff here. Change the prop. Oh, I could probably get away with this quality. Alright, we're going there. Oh wait, first, though, I have to stop the elevator music. So, you know, for posterity's sake, this was me at a time, in a place.
And we are off to the anime convention called Metrocan. Kaiser, turn around. Yes. This is the Kaiser's costume, and this is moi. I'm sorry, but it is such a ridiculous costume.
It is a little ridiculous.
Oui. What?
They're leaving without us.
No,
More importantly, they're leaving without me. Hey, wait!
Guys, you can't run in that, can you?
Not very efficiently, no. But if I took this off and revealed my sexiness, it'd be too much for everyone to handle. So I keep this on. Otherwise, I just get people all over me, and that's even harder to run when people are clinging to your legs and shit.
Those legs? Oh, look at Kaiser's butt.
You like these legs? Some refreshing water. Yum.
Let's see that water.
Some product. We're not even getting paid for this. Bullshit.
Going to get to Metrocan. We cannot possibly walk. We could hitchhike.
We could do that, or what about the bus?
What?
The bus. Or
The bus?
The bus.
The bus?
The bus.
Why the bus? Peasants ride the bus.
No, today, my friend, you are a peasant.
Ah! That is such an horrible thing to say.
Oh, let's show your outrage.
Oh.
Show me your outrage.
Oh. Oh.
You won't even do that, will you? I can't stop it!
Yeah, I got it.
What about the bus?
Can you believe it? $3.50 for the two of us to take a one-way trip? That is so cheap. Oh. My infinite wealth is overwhelming sometimes.
Huh.
Do you see that down there?
Is that the bus?
That is the bus.
Well, Luke, we're on the bus.
This is dirty. My clothes are getting soiled by these peasant jokes.
I know.
Yeah, I am. I don't think I am logged, or... Yeah, I'm gonna be an arting. I could go to the, that's in mine, but we can go to the heart-shaped box if that works better. We can go to... Let's go to general. Let's go to general. Yeah, general chat. What are you adding me for? What did I do?
I can feel myself getting soiled.
Oh,
as
is
we
it?
sit here. It's awful. Ugly legs.
Oh, it is. Stream main? General 1.
You'll do it. Good.
Excellent, how are you?
Good. It's going to be.
Right?
It's always a fun party when I'm there.
Oui.
They got orange slips.
Yeah.
Look at the tires. Maybe we should
That sucks. Hey, guys, a red Mustang.
I'll just let this next obnoxious part go.
I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. I spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. See me running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I can fly.
Hi. We have
Okay,
made
that's
it
enough.
to the conventional.
Thank God you saved me, Yuan Queen.
Such chaos in that video.
Yeah. Let me turn you up here. Turn you up.
Hey, turn me on, girl. Hey.
So, would you like? Are you getting on camera? You gonna test it
Yeah.
out?
Let's see. No, wait, I don't want to share my screen. I want to... Camera unavailable! Oh my god, did I unplug it? I might have unplugged it. I unplugged it. Okay, let me plug that in. Ugh. Yeah. Gotta do the grunts to get it just right. I learned that from Mr. Valentine himself.
Yeah, apparently it's a real thing.
It definitely is a real thing. I don't know the science behind it, but it works.
Like when you're trying to jump in a video game, you have to be like, eh.
Right. And then you finally get up there and like, ah.
So important.
Okay. Let's see.
Nice intro. That looks great. Heck yeah.
Let me see how it looks if I turn this off. It's a little dark.
Don't you have a light under your desk?
I do, but it just turned off right when I plugged in my webcam, because the lights were plugged in right next to that on my computer, and they've been a little faulty already. So I'm hoping that they're not like entirely broken. They were like on clearance at Walmart. I had a feeling that they might kind of be duds. Do I need to press the on button again? Maybe. It might be dudded. Dudded.
Dudded.
Dudded. Oh, wait. Ah. It got unplugged to the strip. Uh-oh. Did it rip? Or can I plug it back in? Difficulty. Think it? Maybe not. Oh well. It's what it is.
Yeah, the light's not too bad. It's a nice
Right.
it's a nice glow.
Right. Actually, I have my other remote, which I can put these lights on back here. So just give it some ambiance, you know? In my room. It's actually not very messy. It's just like partially messy right now. It was very messy, like last week.
I know how that is.
Cleaned, and it was not messy, and now it's getting a little messy because I'm busy, but I'm trying to maintain it so it doesn't get too messy.
Yeah, it's a constant battle. I'm looking. Sorry, I was looking to see how to spell your screen name exactly so I can tag you in the title. Is it a 0 or an O for potato?
R zeros.
Okay.
I believe.
And then a 4.
Yes.
And then T0. This is delightfully complex. Q.
Good.
U33. There you are. Yes. There's another potato queen. What the?
Dude, there's like a million potato queens on here. It's ridiculous.
They don't
People
know.
are like,
They don't know.
Absolute blasphemy and identity theft as well. That was a little bit of Bobbert that just came out right there.
Good old Bobbert. You know,
Good old Bobbert.
I would love to start this conversation with context for our audience. I'm going to pull up that video.
Yes, please do. Glorious.
So this is Potato Queen. She's, you might know her kind of always around, but where's the face? So here's the face. the legend. So I was wondering, I'll get a start on this, and this can buy you some time. Oh, perfect. I lit a candle too.
A little bit of ambiance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to have my candles going on my desk.
Mm-hmm. It's real good for conversation.
Yeah.
So to keep it thematic, so it's
I'm
technically
pretty sure
this
that's
is art. This is under art. If you have art you would like to share, or anything art related you'd like to talk about, the floor is definitely yours. So I'll give you a moment to think about that while we all enjoy this little masterpiece you and I created together. This is Ken Adams and Bobbert in Cookin' Boys. Yeah?
Are you able to turn your camera on Discord so I can see you on Discord?
Yeah, I can switch that up. Let me do that after this video.
Bet.
I'm pretty sure that's all the things and the good stuff.
The vanillas.
This is all the context they need.
The imitation of the vanillas.
The imitation.
The
We
context.
have the purest of the vanillas, and then we have...
Oh, we need both?
It's copy.
It's copy. Oh, I guess that's probably... Well...
I mean, do you want truth or do you want falsehood?
I want this in my pocket.
Okay, so you want falsehood in your pocket.
You gotta have it on backup.
Yeah.
Falsehood in your pocket.
Falsehood in your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I like that feels shit, though.
My goodness, fingers through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's my ice water with color in it.
Oh.
I got blueberries.
Thank you.
It's on.
It's on.
Come taste our flavors.
You can taste the flavor.
You can taste your flavors.
Yeah, I'm gonna taste your flavor real good.
I don't know if I like my flavors. I just want to taste them.
I don't know if I like them either, but I'll taste them and try them anyway. Don't look until you try it, know what I mean?
I mean, I try to know. I don't know if I really do.
I don't know if you really do either.
Trying to get the eggs. I'm gonna stir it up. You stirring shit up.
I'm always
Stirring shit up.
Yes. Oh.
Better than I'm stirring shit right now. Whoa! No. Tragedy. Eggs crack. So do we. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Oh my god. Bitch, the fuck you doing to that bowl? Fucking it up. Shit.
Even conversations like this are pretty interesting, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
interesting.
they don't know what we just said, but we do.
We do.
We're gonna forget, though.
We're gonna forget. We're gonna forget.
We will forget, and then it'll be secrets that we don't even know are ours.
I guess Pam worked, but I wanted the butter.
Like Pamela Anderson all up in your butt. You know what I mean?
I mean, it sounds ideal. I don't. I wish I did. I'll pretend.
That's the thing. You pretend that you don't.
I don't know. So we're gonna pan it.
Pamela Anderson it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's so much.
Pam it up.
That's so much.
You gotta pam it. You gotta pam it, slam it, and jam it in your butthole.
There's a lot of talk of buttholes right now.
Definitely one of my favorite topics.
She's so smart. Talking about if we need lemon juice with the blueberries. Oh my god, we've got it.
Yay!
It's right there. It's right there. It's real. It's real. Not like my... What is it that's in my pocket?
Your falsehood.
My falsehood.
Your falsehood.
Mm-hmm. This is not that.
This is not falsehood.
This is not.
This is processed reality.
That's better than falsehood, right?
I mean, it depends on how you process it.
Extra crispy. That's how you like it, French toast.
It's not burnt. It's not burnt.
Smoky.
It's just well done. It's just well done. Know your shit.
Yeah, know it. Smoke. Smoke and fire.
Yeah.
You just gave it a big old...
Yeah.
It's a spanking process.
Yeah, you spank that French toast. Okay, I'm done. Whew. Okay, yeah, that needs to get all
Stank.
over. Oh my god.
It's so stank.
Am I burning shit? I might be burning shit. Oh my god.
Are we burning shit?
Are we burning the berries? Did I burn the berries?
I don't think so.
Do they have...
I don't think so.
Okay, I think they're good. I think they're good. They're probably at the point of like being just good.
Yeah, just good. Just good enough. That's how I like to roll.
Enough, you know?
The moment has arrived.
The moment
The
that we've all been waiting for.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Getting the berries.
The berries.
The berries. Oh yeah, get all them berries. Oh yeah.
Divinity.
Divine, delectable, delicious. Delicacy of berries. Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ow.
Well.
Always gets me. That was funny.
This should work. I wonder if it's still... My camera appears as though it's still on my program here, my streaming program. So, let's see. Let's just do that. That should work. Okay.
By the way, I do want to say disclaimer at the beginning of this. I do have to get off by 7 o'clock in order to join Valentine's stream.
Oh, that's perfect. I was kind of wanting to raid out to him.
Awesome!
Yeah, it seems like the right, smart thing to do.
Right.
I like doing that on Thursdays. That's what I did last week too. It's nice to keep the train rolling.
Yeah, I like that.
So, how are you? How was your day?
Good. I'm doing good. My day was pretty decent, honestly. I got up. So I had this thing last night where, like yesterday during the day, where I kind of thought to myself in my head, I want to get up by 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have my alarm originally set for 6:45. I usually snooze it at like 4 or 5 times before I get up, at least recently, which has led me to, half conscious rushing to get out the door and stuff like that, which just isn't good to start your day that way.
I feel it though.
So, trying to break that habit. And so I thought to myself, I want to get up by 7 o'clock. That would be... I heard the pangus. The pangusing happened. So I... 7 o'clock would be like 3 alarms later, basically. I think it's like 7:03, the way it works with my snooze. So 3 snoozes I get. And so this morning... but I didn't really say to myself, okay, I'm definitely gonna do this or whatever. I was just like, I want to try and do this. I was kind of like lax about it. And this morning, alarm goes off. I snooze again. I'm like, all right, I'm up. And I'm getting ready and stuff. And then I realized I was like, wait, that's what I planned to do yesterday. I actually did the thing. Go me. Yeah, so that put me in a good mood for the day. The kids were challenging at my job. For those who don't know, I am a nanny of 2 little toddlers who are 2 and 4. And they're just little wildebeests. They are. They're sweethearts, but they're very intense personalities for sure. And today was a lot of meltdowns. Which at the end of the day, the boy had one last meltdown right before I left, and he actually said the house is scary. And so they just moved into this new house like 3 weeks ago, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. And there are these toddlers who just have no idea what the fuck reality is, basically. And then everything that they've ever known, their home, is no longer their home anymore. And this new house that they've never seen before is now their home.
Oh, babies.
Moving as an adult is hard in and of itself. I've done it twice within the past 3 years. And it's hard.
Emotional damage!
Damn it.
Exactly. There was a lot of emotional damage going on today for sure. But yeah, so he was just like, the house is scary, and emotional
damage,
baby. Yeah, emotional damage for both the kids. Thank you. But I worked through with them. We did a lot of, all right, let's sit down, let's have some quiet time, let's take some deep breaths. It's calm down time. And that's something that I've been trying to do more often than like a timeout, because sometimes like they start acting up, but it's because they're in that emotional distress, and they just need to calm down. So usually before I pull out the words timeout, I'm like, okay, let's have some calm down time. And if they still can't keep their shit together after calm down time, I'm like, all right, timeout.
Wow,
you need to go to your
implement
room.
that for myself.
Yeah, so it is. I mean, it's I'm teaching these kids stuff like that for them to use their entire lives. This is stuff that we could all do for ourselves, and it's good for me to have that reflection and to be like, I need to do that for myself too. Which I've definitely been needing to do lately. Been just going through the pits a little bit, and shit happens. It's just kind of, it's a rough time right now for a lot of people. But we're getting through it and stuff, and we all got each other.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you wanted to hone in on today, but I can't help but comment, is I like to tie everything together. One of the things that you and you've been sharing with me is kind of how you've been using art and music as therapy for these kids, to like help them calm down and channel that energy. Obviously, that's probably not always what you have to do, because sometimes they can't focus enough, I imagine, to do that. But I just at least wanted to point that out, because I think that's really, really where it's at.
Yeah. I definitely try to do that. Art, music, dance, and also just like allowing them to just be silly and be themselves. Usually I allow the most liberation of that when we're having like outdoor playtime. That's when they can run around and scream and whatever. When we're inside, we need to walk and use our indoor voices. So, and I'll get goofy with them out there too. And I like to, do that with them. And, it's just, I don't know. I could go so many different directions with it and stuff. But I don't know. It's just, it is a good feeling that I get from this job, even though there are days where I'm exhausted and, the kids are acting up and it's just like, I just don't want to have to deal with this right now. It's like, sometimes those days can be even the most rewarding days when I really push myself to, to take care of myself in the moment, in a sense, so I can better take care of them and help them out and support them and guide them. In whichever way. There's this one show that they love to watch called Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, and it's actually like a spin-off of Fred Rogers' Neighborhood. Like it's by the same production company, and it's on PBS. And so it's like this little cartoon, and it's all these different families in the neighborhood, and but it's a really good show. It teaches a lot of really good lessons. It's got some really fun songs in there that also teach great lessons and stuff. And so, like, along with that and a lot of the other, like, TV shows that they watch, I'll often, like, kind of zone into what they are watching. Like, when they have their snack time, they're watching one of their shows on the tablet. And sometimes I'll be on my phone a little bit having my own snack, but I'll often like tune into what they're watching. And I just find it interesting to watch those kind of shows as an adult, because I mean, as an adult, you can fully understand the concepts of what is going on in this show. And so in that sense, it's like, that has enlightened me to really pay attention to, to just like what they're into, and to pay attention to, these shows, which are teaching them a lot of different things. And, in that sense, also teaching me as, just somebody who's a guide of sorts to them, how to guide them through life and through dealing with things and dealing with emotions and figuring things out, problem solving, you know, working together and all that. So that's been a really cool lesson as well. I enjoy watching children's shows now. One of my new favorites is Bluey. It's an Australian children's show. Oh my gosh.
She came in just at the right time. Yeah. Because we were talking... basically a bulk in the beginning of our stream and conversation was centered around children's shows and how people have a tendency to poo-poo them, you know, disregard them. And
that's interesting.
A lot of us do kind of rediscover them at some point in our adulthood, kind of like what you're describing right now. You got cow ears? Oh my god! She's blowing out her mic. It's not...
Oh, come on.
You completely blew out your mic. We couldn't hear any of that.
Oops. My bad.
I regret nothing!
I think we got the general idea from all the movement.
Oh my god, ears! Somebody clip that shit. Nobody can hear me.
Yeah.
You see me go crazy! Wild panda!
Yeah, the wild panda on the
Pandemonium!
Yeah, that's some
Pandemonium
right there.
That's what that was.
That's why you got the multicolored panda ears on right now. It's like, those are the pandemonium panda ears.
Yup, that's what that is.
Oh, you're making it right now?
Yep.
Heck yeah. Her editing skills are mad. She's got great comedic timing.
Good.
Actually, both y'all.
I appreciate that.
Honestly, okay, not to toot our horns here, but the three of us right here are, like, the best at making clips. We've made the best clips.
Dude, that's why I can't wait for, like, the three of us to be in, like, actual physical proximity together, so that way we can just make a bunch of random-ass videos together, and dude, it's going to be golden. I know it. I know it. It's gonna be golden.
Oh, man. So, yeah, we were just talking about, Potato Queen was talking about some cartoons that she's been starting to appreciate, watching some young ones. And,
a little bit of that, yeah.
Yeah. Cartoons are good.
What was the show you said that you're into? You're watching right now?
Bluey.
I have heard so much good things about Bluey, and I need to watch it.
I like it a lot. It's actually on Disney Plus, and it's originally an Australian show. But basically, so Bluey is the name of this cartoon dog kid. Has a little sister named Bingo, and there's mom and dad, and they're all dogs. Everybody in the show is dogs.
Aww.
Walking around like humans. Yeah, I like the animation style of it.
Holy.
It's cute. But it's funny. It's got some really good, like, kind of, even like some like dry humor in it. Like shit that would totally go over kids' heads, but us as adults we're just like, huh, that's funny. And then like it's also one of those shows that teaches good lessons, and it also, the one specific quality that I especially like about it is the parents and the adults in these kids' life, how very involved they are in their kids' life, and like not just like, oh, they're just around all the time. It's like, oh, they're actually playing and doing imagination stuff with these kids, and you know, going out into the woods and making up adventures as like wizards and dragons and stuff. And so I love it for that imagination quality, and how a lot of the parents and the adults in this show are really cultivating that in their children, because I think that's important, and it's something that is unfortunately very overlooked, I think, in a lot of parenting. You know, there's so many different aspects of taking care of your children. And, you know, I feel like most parents try to check off most of the boxes, but, you know, there's still a lot who don't tend to that imagination aspect. They're like, oh, well, I'm an adult. I don't really need to do that. That's not my job. But it's just like, actually, it's the kid's job to get you back into that.
For real.
That's my opinion of it.
Well, it's almost like, it's like the kids will naturally, by just existing, they extend an invitation for you to get back into it, but you can just belligerently ignore it, probably due to the fact that you're numb. I'm speaking from the experience of my own parental figures.
It's like that a lot.
You know, it's like, because I'm not trying to like hate on them. It's an understandable complex. It doesn't change the fact that it kind of sucks, and I agree with you that is a really important part of the exchange. And I wished that the immense amount of inspiration that I personally delivered as a child made some kind of an impact, and maybe in ways it has. But you know, I do think a lot of people have kids to reignite that, you know, in themselves. And I don't think that's entirely wrong, you know, but it's just like you can't get codependent on that and like let your kids be the only source of that. It's like, hey, they're showing you the spark again so you can reignite it in yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And honestly, like, I truly believe that children are, like, the world's greatest teachers. I believe that. Especially because, you know, you think about what a good teacher is, and usually you think of, especially a wise teacher, being somebody who is usually elderly in one way or another. You know, they're on the later end of life. And that, you know, that's one end of wisdom, but there's also the other end of wisdom, the childlike wisdom, that pure, innocent wisdom that has come, you know, so soon from source. You know, if you think about it, like they were just there, so they still have that essence with them. And that's something that I was actually watching a TED Talk the other day. I love TED Talks. And they really help to expand the mind.
It's pretty much what Smalls just gave.
What's that?
That's pretty much what Smalls just gave at the beginning of the stream.
Nice.
I was looking out. I was waiting here now with the eye between the little horns here and
Was that bad for you too? Because I did not make that out.
Yeah, your connection's a little faulty there, Smalls. Wait.
Okay, there we go. Got back to green.
Aha.
I live with a bunch of nerds. So I was also, we're talking about like so close to source and wisdom, and I'm like, and I'm sitting here with this eye right between the horns.
Yes! We're still doing the symbols. Always the symbols.
We're gonna have the yin yang between my little pups.
That's so great.
But yeah, so I was watching this TED Talk. It was about, the title of it was Psychosis or Spiritual Awakening. So it's, you know, talking very much about that concept, and specifically this guy has done a lot of his own research in, you know, different tribes throughout the world, and, you know, interviewing and getting to know and witness different shamans around the world as well in all these different cultures. And so, you know, he's talking about how when a child, you know, a kid of whatever age starts, you know, they're getting a little bit older, and like usually it's like around that puberty age where they start having like a mental crisis, you know, a psychological crisis of sorts. Sometimes it can be schizophrenia, sometimes it can be like bipolar, depression, anxiety, like how they would classify that in the Western world. But whatever it may be, however it presents itself. And, you know, so the way that these different cultures treat, indigenous cultures treat you know, these kind of happenings is they say, okay, so yeah, this is scary initially, but you actually have a gift. And we have an elder in our tribe who has mastered this gift. And so now you're going to spend time with them and you're going to learn from them how to master your gift. And so they have oftentimes these very close-knit relationships between a child of the village or the tribe and an elder of the tribe. And the way the guy explained it is you've got these two people who are the closest to Source. They are on either end of that, of the spectrum of this lifetime. One who just came from Source and one who's ready to go back.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just like gave myself chills and shit, you know? And like, so that I loved hearing that because that really lit a fire in my brain and in my heart. And that's something that I've witnessed those types of interactions before of you know, I've even seen I think it's like there are certain preschools and like senior care homes that they'll like spend a day together like once a month or something like that, or like every other week. And I've seen this practice like around like different places. And so you've just got all these little kids who are hanging out with all these old people, and it's like the most wholesome shit ever.
Aww.
Like you just want to melt and cry and just be like, oh, that's love! It's the love! It's just the love! So
I have a story. I have kind of a personal story about me that I don't remember that's very relevant. So like, my dad, he was the last of 7 boys in a Catholic family, and by the time he came around, my grandma was in her 40s already. Needless to say, he wasn't exactly wanted. It was definitely an oops, and my grandfather was from Poland, and he was a grumpy man who had lost his leg working, and he used to work like putting railroad ties in during the Depression and stuff. And he was a very grumpy man, and he did not silence himself or hold back in saying that he told my dad that he was worthless and he wasn't wanted. Sad, I know. But it was so interesting because his whole life he'd always tell him he was worthless, he'd never amount to anything. And then finally when my dad and my mom had me, he was in the last year of his life, and he was at a nursing home, and it just completely changed him. Like, he was nice, he actually like expressed love to my dad that he never had in his whole life, like saw the good and the light in him, and every time like, they'd bring me to the nursing home, he would just like become a completely different person. My dad had never seen him be in his whole life, and you know, even though I don't remember that, I just think it's a really good example of exactly what you're describing.
yeah, yeah, that essence starts to get attached to them. Just as it lingers off of the children.
Yeah, they got that good juice all over them.
Source juice.
Source juice, TM.
The higher being C, if you will.
Funny. That's good. I love that you were holding your doll while we were just like chatting for a moment.
I've been really into subtle symbolism throughout the whole stream today, actually. Maybe not so subtle. It's more that I'm not verbalizing it, but I think the fact that I'm doing it for so long calls a lot of attention. Like when Smalls was kind of giving her, I asked her my last question that I felt like really encapsulated the whole thing. I just held a candle to my heart to hold space. And there's a lot of layers to that, but you know.
Naked! Naked!
Yeah, a little bit.
Naked.
But it's like so in your face, though. Like, who just sits there like that for like 10 minutes? Like, it really hurt after a minute.
You know, I saw you doing it in the corner, and I'm like, I know what you're doing. I know what you're fucking doing.
The silver screen behind me is deeply symbolic, too, but I won't say why. That's too much. It's too much to get into today. That's a whole stream in and of itself.
Right.
We'll work up to that one.
I am intrigued, yeah.
Well, I'll give you a couple of clues. Reflective surfaces. The moon seeing the self. The silver factory. There's a lot of layers to it, but yeah, silver's kind of a thing. Yeah. But
Silver.
that's why I'm real stubborn about always having it. It's always there, one way or another. So.
Right.
And DM Feanor was super awesome and did the most genius thing ever. It's probably been suggested to me before, but I had it pinned to the outside of the frame. And then he was like, "Can we just pin it to the inside? Look how nice it looks now. It looks so tacky."
Yeah.
Right, I feel you.
Such a simple solution. I'm ignoring you. Smelling like babies.
What are you biting, Smalls?
What else is in my face and symbolic? What is it?
They say
What
there's
is
a
in my
Latmus
face?
cube glycerin soap that I was gifted. It's got a little set of dice inside of it, and also a little ball.
Oh, that's cool. That's crazy. Cool. John Cena!
Sorry, I got John Cena, so I missed the soap. I really couldn't hear it.
Gang frickin' gang.
Beautiful.
Fingers!
Thank you for the biddies.
There might be a fungus in here, honestly. There might be a fungus in here. There's little bones, so as you use the soap, you get the dice, and then you get the little bones.
That's really cool.
And a friend of mine recently from the dollar store bought these little hanging air plant terrariums, and she was like, when the weather's warm again, we should go hiking and collect moss and lichen and shit and make little terrariums in these. And I'm like, and you just gave me bones.
And you just gave me bones.
Dude.
What kind of bones are they? Whose bones?
I don't know. Some fucking guy.
Fucking guy. Oh.
Fucking guy.
That guy.
She also gave me this.
Oh, that's so cute.
Is that an eraser?
Yes.
Nice.
That's cool. Nice.
So I'm learning that there's a few associations with Smalls, and one of them is unicorns, and I'm perfectly okay with it.
I like your fat plushy unicorn.
Oh, Seymour.
The big one, yeah. Yeah.
Seymour Butts, yes, that
Seymour
I won while I was
Butts.
drunk at a Dave & Buster's.
Potato Queen.
Yeah.
Do you have any art you would like to share with the class?
You know, it's funny you just said that, because I just pulled out this thing that was standing right next to me, which you made!
Oh shit!
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites, as simple as it is.
Yeah, I love it. Gorgeous.
It always
Gorgeous,
felt
gorgeous.
like, to me, when I made it, it felt like emotional waters rising. You know, kind of when you can't, it's it just keeps building and building and building in you, and you can almost feel the day that you're gonna cry a lot.
I feel you. I feel you. It'd be like that. I feel like I've had a day or two or three like that recently.
I think mine's coming, and specifically, I think it's the April 19th/20th. We have a full Aries solar eclipse.
Yes, I had heard about the eclipse coming, and I didn't know when it was. I just knew it was coming. So, fuck.
Oh my god, eclipse.
Fucking Aries eclipse. God damn it.
Oh, and isn't Mercury retrograde starting again soon?
It's always Gatorade, man. I stopped paying attention.
Gatorade.
It's not even good Gatorade.
Not even good Gatorade.
Honestly,
blue one.
It's so often. I was just, people started asking me, and I used to keep real finite track of it. But this point, I'm like, yeah, probably in Haterade. It's usually in Haterade. Gatorade.
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 Gatorade. Okay, so I also got my sketchbook,
Heck yeah.
which has mostly a lot of unfinished shit in it. You like that?
That's how all sketchbooks are.
This is something that I've been working on for a hot minute. I've been working on it on and off.
It's so trippy. Holy shit.
Love it.
There's some fun detail too, in this eye.
Thanks for feeding Rex.
And these, I wish it would like focus a little bit better because, where is it? These eyes right here have like little eyes within them.
Oh!
Yo!
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's crazy.
And then this guy right here has a little other guy peeking in through his pupil.
That's hilarious.
It's upsetting.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite ones that I've been working on. Trying to think. Oh, I have definitely gotta show this piece. Oh fuck, my ankle. God damn it. I was doing so good.
You said show this piece as like your butt came fully into frame, and I'm like, yeah, that's a nice piece.
Yeah. Thanks. So there's this.
You're seeing the picture of that, I like it so much.
Yeah.
It's immaculate. The details are so finite. You guys show the tiny galaxies. Ah.
Yeah. So this is a piece that me and the wonderful Valentine Everlight have collaborated on together. This canvas, like the way the paint pour is, I don't know where he got it. I think he might have got it at like some like night art market years ago, because he had like a bunch of canvases like this. So I just picked this out at his place one day. It was already, the pour paint, and then because I decided I wanted to do that for this painting. So this painting symbolizes my connection to my twin brother, who was basically stillborn. And so this is basically the representation of me here, and this is representation here. So Valentine did all of the line work, all of the black of the hourglass, all that line work, and I did all the color and paint. And so
I hope this comes across as the compliment that it is. I want to eat it really bad. I want to metaphorically and spiritually eat it. It looks so good.
Oh, I love the tiny little galaxies. They're my favorite.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll put this way. Yeah. And so over here I put a little butterfly, and then over here I actually put the butterfly nebula, which is a real nebula in our sky.
Oh wow.
And the reason for that is because I have a symbolic connection to butterflies with my birth mom. So, yeah.
That's amazing. That is a perfect piece to exemplify everything we've been talking about tonight.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
The language across it is just
I wanted to Potato Queen's horn for a moment. When it comes to symbols, she is on it. Like, she just, it's in her DNA. I mean, it's really awesome.
Thank you.
Hey, I got a piece of yours I can show off.
Yes.
What? Wait, what's it?
Don't know, that's the fun part. You don't know.
Oh, I know it's these. Yes.
Ooh, hello.
Yeah, I love it so much. Of course, the light is part of it, right?
That was my Christmas present to Pompon this past year.
And look, we're getting away with titties on Twitch. It's art! It's art!
Balls is just drooling right now.
Oh.
I also would like to showcase, I have one more that Valentine and I did. I also want to showcase this other painting that my friend Lucy made for me. I think I actually want to do that one first. And she gave this to me, I think 2 Christmases ago. So I have this just up on my wall.
Aww.
So she painted this Pearl of the Sea, which is
so beautiful.
a name that I go by. You know, my chosen name is Marina. My first name is Margaret. I put those two together. Marina means woman of the sea. Margaret means pearl. And so I am the pearl of the sea. And she was so sweet and made this for me. What else does it mean?
You know what else means pearl?
What?
Because Megan means pearl.
Yeah, because I think Megan is like technically a derivative of Margaret in a way. Because my nickname was Meg. It is Meg. My family calls me Meg.
That's why I'm pointing it out.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meg squared. Meg squared. So, yeah, I love this, and like she's been like a little timid about like her artwork, but I have a couple of pieces of hers that she's given to me, like made for me for like Christmas or something like that, and this one of them as well. And I'm just like, bro, you're so fucking talented, bro.
So fucking good, bro.
Everybody's so fucking goddamn talented. Anyway.
Honestly, I'm kind of overwhelmed to tears right now thinking about it. When it comes to streaming, what we're doing right now, this is
You're giving me chills.
Yeah, I can hardly stand it. I can hardly stand it. It's pretty great.
I could cry too.
Continue.
I could cry too. Anyway, so this is once again another piece that me and the lovely Valentine Everlight did together.
Look at this.
He has a yin yang series which you both have participated in yourselves. And
that was a Trin Yang.
This we did in, I think, like November of 2020. It was very soon after like we met and became friends. It was like a few months into that. And so this was another one of those canvases that he just like, I think he found this one at a festival that he was working at years ago. And so it already had the pour paint on it. And so we picked this one out to do our yin yang piece. And so it was really cool. So this is my side here and my dot. And this is his side here and his dot. So we did a little more pour paint on top of the pour paint. And then we finished it out with this silver lining. I love me a silver lining. It was just really interesting the way that it came out. Valentine actually ended up titling this piece Grounded. And when I look at this piece, I really do see like the earth, you know, in the universe. And this isn't just like, this is universe plus like the divinity. Like if you could actually physically see the divinity of the universe, it would light up like this. That's what I think.
Top of my head, like now streaming on Divinity Plus.
TM.
And I wanted to like say a bit on it, like because I like giving like knee-jerk reactions versus extended reactions. Mm-hmm. The knee-jerk of that was it's at the same time it's like chaotic and also very clean, like chaotic and like, you know, when you think of like hard line work.
My sweet spot, because that's how I think about the universe. It's chaos and order. It is the order in chaos and the chaos in order.
Yeah, because you got the clean silver lines, but also the colors are just wibbly wobbly and into and out of each other. But then you have the crisp silver lines, like kind of like encapsulating it all. And it's like,
I love that. I love that perspective on that. Thank you.
Wildflowers growing in a raised bed. I fucking love it.
Oh yeah, I like that.
I just accidentally opened my soap, and it was a bad touch.
Well, I mean, we're showing a lot of collab pieces, and that's pretty cool. I guess.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, that's. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, that's something that, you know, I love showing off other people's shit more than my own, usually, anyway. I mean, I love showing off my own shit. But, like, you know, even, like, with my friend Lucy, like, I had nothing to do with making that piece. It was just kind of, like, about me, you know? But like that's her artistry and everything like that. I'm just like, look at this, my friend did something awesome, and like same thing with yours, Christina. I'm like, look at this, my friend did something awesome. And
look at their
shit. Me and Valentine making stuff. I'm like, look at us, we did something awesome. And I mean that's I feel like a lot of the vibe of it is like with all you and Valentine streaming and all the others and stuff, and like we're here not just to do what we're doing, but to do it with each other.
Yes.
That's just as much of the point of what we're doing,
Breaching a new way to connect with one another. That's how I really feel about it, because gosh, the sky's the limit, It's of course as human beings we'd want to explore this, and I'm a very curious person. So, on the subject of collaborative works, since we're talking about Valentine and all of us friends streamers here, I'm gonna go grab the piece we're working on.
Heckin' yeah.
And now you're alone with me. All according to plan.
Oh my gosh.
It's so
scared.
I'm as scary as bunny slippers.
I know, you with your little moo ears.
Okay, so I
They got bells. They got bells on them.
So
Wait. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
This is a bit of a joke, but this is a collaboration between me, Potato Queen, and Valentine.
Oh
Hey.
my god! Oh my god! Yes, I can't believe you actually still have that.
Hey.
That is literally a Pom Cat Adams crossover.
I like the golden fangs.
Right?
The money signs.
The twinkle on the golden fangs, right? I like my heart butt tattoo.
And then this one's real big, so I'm not sure where I gotta stand for it, but we'll find out.
I believe in you.
Yo! Yeah. That one is just incredible, and it's not even done yet. I can't wait until it's finished. It's gonna be fucking mind-blowing. It already is.
I want to touch every part of it. It looks like it all has different texture, and I want to just mush my face into it. Really.
What I need to do real quick for the stream, I'm gonna make my thing big real quick. And show it off.
Show
it off, girl.
What? Oh, this is all the textures and all the details. I can almost feel it as I desire to touch it. Really bad.
Yeah. It's an intimidating piece, so we haven't gotten back to it in a minute,
You know what? That's valid, honestly.
And I think it's a really spiritual piece too, and I think that when you consider the subject matter, I think that adds a bit of forebodingness to it. It's Aries. War, and look at the world around us right now,
Yeah.
Yikes.
Big yikes.
Yeah, so it's like, I want to finish it.
Really wanna.
I feel that. It definitely feel like that.
I mean, you know how things are weird, and I think artists pick up on the lower baselines of the earth and energy and movement, and you gotta be blind anyway to not know that something's gotta give here and something's gotta give here soon. So, because I think about a wild animal, powerful wild animal, trapped in a cage for a really long time. There was somebody up in Ohio actually for a while that owned a lion, and they kept it in a small trailer, and eventually the lion got out and just rampaged. I was like, well, no shit.
Yeah.
What do you expect the thing to do?
Like, it hasn't gotten to live or be a lion at all its whole life, and then you know, it's gonna use that RAM energy to bust out, and it's gonna rain destruction because it's been pushed down so much. So the further things have been repressed, the bigger the explosion. You know?
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you for the clip. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's a good clip. That makes me happy. Look at the colors on that shit. I can see even the tiny little icon. It looks great. Ooh, what we have. Oh, yes.
To revisit something from earlier with that
Please.
whole thing about being in a cage.
Do you have a little bit more light we can get on that?
I think I do. I just gotta move it real quick. So I was thinking of doing that anyway. Like, I have so much work lately that has been digital that it's a little hard to share it. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I do.
Come here.
I love how my curl is wrapping around my mic right now.
Oh, that's great.
Octopus.
Hey, wait. Let's get a close up of that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's like a vine growing.
A tentacle. Tentacale.
A tentacle.
Tentacale.
Call me Medusa.
We talked about that.
Oh, that's funny.
Lamp, you stay, motherfucker.
Stay, lamp, stay.
It's a little bit better. It's a dark piece. Oh, okay, there you go. That's good.
Ta-da! I like the spit.
Man, those fangs are gnarly.
Get a good look at them there.
Woof.
Oh yeah.
Ow! They look like they hurt.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like I can taste the blood on the shackles.
When that's the pain you've been putting up with for so long, that's nothing.
Yeah.
When the pain of being chained has been so bad for so long, the pain you experience when you inevitably break it, because there's going to be some collateral damage of breaking out, but it's going to be nothing. It's going to be nothing compared to the what's the word I'm looking for? The ongoing pain of the shackle. It's going to be nothing in comparison.
Oh, wow. Yes, I understand that deeply, unfortunately.
I feel that. For sure.
Oh man, we've done such a good job, you guys. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I got like 10 more minutes left. I do need to run one more advertisement. We'll take a 3-minute and then wrap it up however we want. I don't even care if the entire thing falls apart and we go crazy. Yeah?
I think I'm probably hop off now and hit up Valentine and see how he's doing with getting stream started. So.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
And for those of you watching right now, if you want to continue to watch Potato Queen, she's going to be in the next stream I will be reading out to, which is Valentine's stream. So we're going to be playing Sons of the Forest, and it's usually a pretty ridiculous time.
It is pretty ridiculous and pretty cannibalistic, to say the least.
Yeah.
Nama.
Yeah, you guys.
I love you too. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Adios.
Bye. Alright, I'm gonna do a little breaky poo.
Breaky.
Breaky poo.
Breaka. I gotta figure out some better lighting for this goddamn room. Holy shit.
What?
So, what I was trying to say in chat was like what you was doing, Valentine, trying to figure out what to name your Timberborn map. You took everybody's suggestions in chat and stuff and combined them all into one name and made that your map. And so then I did that for Pom Pom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. The Swiggle Ancestral Forest.
Okay.
Anyway, there's your
Exclamation.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
I guess.
That was a great exit.
She's funny.
the way over here.
Oh my god, she's fighting swamp monsters.
Yeah, the log led me to them.
So where do you work, Joker Dad? I know you've told me before, but I'm just trying to or you're like, didn't you tell me the names
Reasonable.
Right?
Turn yourself into a creature on the Discovery Channel.
Basically. Oh, look at this Christine right over here. She's wily, and she's crikey. Oh, Lizardo, you're so handsome.
Well, man, if you take the invite, we'll come help you. Like, I'm trying to invite you to the team.
The Mid-American Plateau Ponpon is a creature known to feed on poutine cereal and to have very complex and bizarre mating rituals.
Oh, that was so good.
Dude, that
Thank
voice
you.
was perfect.
Okay, hold on. Latch.
Oh, that's annoying. I'm so sorry to hear that, small wonder.
I do. I don't want to sit next to that guy.
Been a while? Spin it. What you need?
I don't want to sit next to this guy.
Pepe asked me to talk you up.
No.
What, he too shy to hand over the Yetis himself? Tell him I don't bite.
Look at this guy.
Not yet.
Look at this guy. What's your deal, man?
Hell's your problem.
Sure.
Alright. We're back. We're back for a few more minutes. Oops. Okay. So, how you be?
So, I be good.
How was your break?
What happened was I did not realize in the group chat for D&D it was like, hey, I fucked up, we got to cancel, and I was like, you just freed up my night, thanks.
I'm really glad that you could hang out with us longer. This was pretty great.
That was a lot of fucking fun, I won't lie.
Wow.
And also...
Yes, it's so adorable. It matches your hair really well.
I was on the fence because I have the FurryCon coming up this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to one. But I was like, hey, I've got these really cute bear ears, and I've got a really cute, like, little mama dress, and I have a really cute little mama apron, and I have a really cute little bear, like, pouch purse thing.
Oh.
Should I just go as, like, a mama bear?
Oh my god, please. Please go as Mama Bear.
I think I might have the bag in here. Do you want to see it?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I speak for everyone when I say yes, I do. Thank you to anybody who is currently watching or lurking or will be watching again in the future. This has been a lot of fun. It's been a long run too. We've been going for about 4.5 hours. That's a lot of talking. But I'm into it. I'm quite impressed actually.
I appear to be mistaken. It is in my bedroom, which is down the hallway.
Ah, that's alright.
But in its place, I have something I can show you. And it is these little bears.
He's so tiny.
He's tiny little bear. Among my Switch case.
Oh, that's cool. That's your Switch case? Let me see that again. Let me make this big.
I hope you shit to death. Draw dicks, read fics.
Me and Matt have matching birds like this.
Oh, I love it. That's ridiculous. Did you like put plastic over top of that?
That's how they come. So it's a thing called an Ita bag, which usually has a plastic window like this, and then a bit of cloth behind it where you can stick pins and buttons.
That's brilliant.
It's a lot of fun. I've got this one. I've got my pink uwu backpack that has way more pins than any other device I have.
I had to give a complimentary.
Fingers! Complimentary fingers.
Because I care.
Bossy Pon, we pingus because we care.
At your service. Oh, man.
Did you say at your service or at your cervix?
Oh, I missed a good one. I admit I did not say at your cervix. That's pretty good.
Next time. Next time.
Oh, have you eaten dinner yet today?
I did. I had like 3 slices of like super thin New York style pizza and it was delicious.
That's right. It was, yeah. I'm thinking, speaking of pizza, I think I might make pizza rolls and some salad. Got these salad mixes.
Ooh.
I think that's what I'm going to do tonight and catch up with some deep work. After a long day of talking like this about all this amazing meaty material, I think I have to spend some time. I've been needing to spend some time with myself. When you start to feel like you're just going crazy for no good reason all the time, like you start getting insecure about everything and nothing makes sense and you don't understand why you're so off-centered, you probably need to sit for a minute and breathe.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much moving in my life right now, good and positive and not so good, and I don't want to call it negative, but I'm saying it for relational purposes for the audience.
Mm-hmm.
It's I'm stating it out loud too to say, hey, I am going to consciously make this break for myself. Because otherwise, you know what I'll do? I'll watch YouTube. I'll dick around and I won't really achieve much except being distracted. Which is fine sometimes.
Sometimes.
But there's almost like a tiredness in my spirit. I got the Queen of Vessels, the salmon.
The fucking salmon? Are you serious?
Yeah. There's something in my spirit that it feels tired. And that tiredness will be with you every day and progressively feel more heavier and heavier until you make that connection with yourself. And I think I could use a good cry.
Yeah, water.
Mm-hmm.
Water.
I don't know if I'll be able to make it happen. You can't force that sort of thing, but at least need to get in touch with my emotions, and that takes a little bit of space sometimes.
Well,
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. This is me stalling, because the end of my stream means it's time, because that's what I said I was going to do. Well, I'll eat first. I can distract myself while I eat. That's fine.
But eventually the dish is empty, and I know you don't like to wash the dishes, so that's one less thing to worry about.
Yeah.
Also, I want to point out my room has steadily grown just fucking bluish shit as the day's gone on.
Mm-hmm.
Water.
Interesting. You know, it's really fun because we've been doing this for so long, like the light in our room has shifted throughout the passage of the day. And it's really beautiful outside today, but hey, this is my stream schedule. This is I consider this my job. And with increasing velocity, hopefully.
For sure. And hey, nighttime, the dark, it's a good time to do that work.
Yeah, I got work tomorrow, so my nighttime's gonna start early, so I can get to bed at a decent time. I'm pretty tired.
Didn't get to sleep in as much as I wanted today. Well, it wasn't even a matter of sleeping in, it was just a matter of sleeping enough. Did not get to do that because of some weird things that happened this morning, so... Well, hi and bye.
Water, water, water!
Well, it's 7:02. I think I will wrap up my stream, and I would love to, if everybody that's on right now would stay until Valentine's ready. I'd like to raid out to him. Yeah, it's all good. But I'd love to raid out to him and to Valentine. And so if y'all would stick around, because I think I'm kind of done talking. You got any last words, Miss Smalls?
Animation is the art medium, not just to distract kids, and I'll die on this hill.
Nice final words. I approve.
Also, take stock of your symbols and see what they mean to you and what they do to you, because it'll teach you something about yourself.
I like that. Thank you. Thank you. Those are some great closing statements. Well, everybody, my favorite thing to say are things with E in them. So, I hope you all have a lovely good night.
Good night.
Bye.